Chapter 799. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind the moment these words were spat out from his mouth. Immediately, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly swept out from Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that covered the entire battleground in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura and pressure was just like an invisible mountain that pressed down on everyone's heads. In an instant, the hearts of all the members of the 4 great clans present involuntarily began to churn. Under this aura and pressure, even those few 4-star Do-Di were inferior. How is this possible? 4-star Do-Di. How is his cultivation? The bodies of the 7 elite Do-Di were just like statues as they were fixed in the air. Shock was written all over their faces. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Xiao Yan's cultivation had actually reached such a level. 4-star Do-Di. They had originally thought that Xiao Yan had advanced from a 6-star half-D to the Do-Di class within 5 years. This was already considered extremely frightening. However, they had never imagined that Xiao Yan's cultivation had not only advanced to the Do-Di class, but had even reached the frightening level of a 4-star Do-Di. It should be known that the Do-Di class was different from an ordinary half-D. It was extremely difficult to raise one's strength. Even some geniuses with great training talent would find it extremely difficult to raise their strength after they had advanced to the Do-Di class. It would take at least a couple of years to raise one's strength from a 6-star half-D to a 4-star Do-Di or even longer. However, they had never seen anyone who was able to raise his strength from a 6-star half-D to a 4-star Do-Di within a short 5 years. This was an increase of almost an entire class. The hearts of Zhuolin's group immediately sank when they sensed the frightening aura and pressure that surged out from Xiao Yan's body. On the other hand, Bai Ying's group was frowning, but their hearts were thinking about something else. Damn it. It has only been a couple of years. How could his strength have reached the level of a 4-star Do-Di? Zhuolin clenched his teeth furiously. He could not understand how Xiao Yan had managed to raise his strength by so much within 5 years. However, just as this thought rose in Zhuolin's heart, Xiao Yan clenched his large hand and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. As the giant ruler entered his hand, a thick white flame gushed out from Xiao Yan's body and swiftly climbed onto the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, the giant ruler was dyed a thick white color. The 6 of them felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They knew that it was useless to think about anything now. None of the elite Do-Di present was a match for Xiao Yan in a one-on-one. The only way they could deal with Xiao Yan now was to join hands. Everyone, we are all subordinates of the Heavenly Sword sect. Right now, this matter is very important. I hope that everyone can work together against a common enemy. Let's deal with this brat first. As for the rest of the problem, it won't be too late for us to slowly discuss it. Let's work together. The 7 of them looked at each other and spoke in unison. Of course, Bai Ying was the exception. After agreeing, the few of them nodded their heads heavily. Then, they looked at Xiao Yan in unison, and their eyes suddenly became sharp. Ha! An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. At the same time, he waved his large hand. A couple of flying swords that were formed in the surrounding empty space shot toward Xiao Yan in unison. The sharp swords made a series of ear-piercing sonic booms as they cut through the void. The formless void was easily torn apart by the sword aura, and in the blink of an eye, the long swords were already in front of Shaolin. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 people behind Xiao Yan tightened. They broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan himself did not react at all. He did not even have any intention of attacking. Soon after, the numerous long swords violently pierced Xiao Yan's body. However, it was as though they had collided with a steel plate. Regardless of whether the long swords pierced Xiao Yan's chest, head, brow, or eyes, the result was that there was no reaction. Xiao Yan's entire body was like a hard rock. The long sword's attack did not pose the slightest threat to him. The edge of the sword repeatedly collided with the surface of Xiao Yan's body. After emitting a couple of clear ding-ding sounds, the long sword scattered with a bang. What? Zhuolin's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he saw this scene. He immediately clenched his teeth violently. He lifted his hand and the golden cloud sword in his hand floated in front of him. Enormous dou qi continued to flow into it. Golden light spread and it was as glaring as the sun. Sword of the shining sun. Soon after, an explosive cry was emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. The long sword in front of him immediately shot toward Xiaoyan. A frightening aura instantly shattered the surrounding empty space, transforming it into an endless dark black space. The torrential force pounced toward Xiaoyan like a flood or a ferocious beast. Only when the long sword arrived in front of him did Xiaoyan suddenly raise his head. At the same time, the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the heavenly flame violently swept across in front of him. There was nothing fancy about this ruler. The strength that it relied on was merely Xiaoyan's own strength and the layer of dense white, heavenly flame that was wrapped around the huge ruler. However, it was this simple ruler that shattered the golden longsword that was charging towards him with an unparalleled sword aura. The unstoppable force instantly broke the sword qi on the gold cloud sword. Accompanied by the clear sound of metal colliding, the gold cloud sword immediately broke free from Zhuolin's control and shot toward the distant battlefield. After piercing through many experts from the 4 great clans, it pierced deeply into the mountain range below. It was also at this moment that the other 6 people around Xiaoyan also swiftly moved forward. Each of them displayed their famous dou skills and violently smashed them toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. His body hurriedly dodged and displayed the sky extinction step. Although he finally dodged the attacks of the 6 people, Xiaoyan still appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state. However, before Xiaoyan had the time to catch his breath, Zhuolin once again held his sword and charged toward Xiaoyan. 1 against 7. Under the premise that he did not use any dou skills, this indeed made Xiaoyan feel extremely strained. Bang! The huge ruler rotated and sent the leader of the Sun Clan's elders flying. Xiaoyan's body immediately retreated explosively. Both parties were 1,000 feet apart as they looked at each other from a distance. Hee, so what if you are a late-stage 4-star dou di? 1 against 7, 1 against many. How can you be a match for us? That middle-aged man from the Hua clan took a step forward and laughed strangely in an imposing manner. Once these words were spoken, the other 6 people beside him also took a step forward. Their expressions were different as they stared at Xiaoyan. However, when they looked at Xiaoyan with a cold smile in their hearts, they did not expect that these 7 people had repeatedly displayed quite a number of techniques since both parties were opponents. On the other hand, other than the sky extinction step, had Xiaoyan ever displayed any dou skills since the beginning? Oh. Relying on your numbers advantage. Xiaoyan laughed instead when he heard this. If this is the case, Xiaoyan slowly raised his right hand as he laughed. Immediately, he snapped his finger in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the empty space beside Xiaoyan slowly became distorted. A strong human figure with a purple gold body and 9 human figures, who were also wearing black robes and looked exactly the same as Xiaoyan, appeared beside Xiaoyan. They formed a row and stood opposite the 7 people on the other side. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 people on the other side changed drastically. The air also solidified at this moment. Chapter 800. Xiaoyan and the people from the 4 great clans stood in the sky within the battleground and faced each other. However, following the appearance of the 9 avatars and the Northern King, the cold smiles on the faces of the 4 great clans quickly stiffened. Soon after, their expressions turned into ones of disbelief. The 9 avatars were equivalent to 9 2-star dou di. The Northern King's strength had reached the 3-star dou di level. It was not inferior to the 2nd elder of the Sun clan on their side. Adding Xiaoyan, this meant that there were a total of 11 elite dou di in Xiaoyan's group. Just in terms of the number of elite dou di, Xiaoyan's group had 4 more than theirs. The sudden change in the situation caused the hearts of the people from the 4 great clans to involuntarily sink. Xiaoyan had not revealed his true strength since the start of the big battle. At this moment, he had already revealed the Northern King and the 9 avatars. This meant that the true battle had just begun. Everyone need not be worried. It is merely 9 avatars. Even if he possesses the strength of a 2-star Dodi, do we need to be afraid of him with the strength of a 3-star 4th-star Dodi? At this moment, the leader of the Hua clan once again stood up. His gaze swept over the 9 avatars one by one. His eyes revealed a disdainful expression. However, the 9 avatars on the other side suddenly merged together after his words sounded. Every 3 avatars merged into one. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 9 avatars remained. The strength of these 3 avatars had shockingly reached the intermediate 4-star Dodi level. They were stronger than the 4-star Dodi from the 4 great clans. Damn it, why is it like this? This fellow's tactics are far more frightening than what we know. What is there to be worried about? We are currently 7 against 5. We still have a great chance of victory. Zhuolin waved the long sword in his hand and spoke with a cold face. The expressions of the few people beside Zhuolin brightened when these words were uttered. Zhuolin's words were correct. As elite Dodi, even if there was only a 1-person difference in the number of experts on both sides, they would still have the ability to suppress their opponents in such a big battle. Moreover, their 4 great clans had an additional 2 people on their side. Hence, even though Xiao Yan had the help of his avatars and the Northern King, he was still no match for them. However, 7 against 5 Cuckoo, clan head Bai, do you think that their chances of victory are greater or that of mine? Xiao Yan suddenly turned his words to Bai Ying. By their hearts involuntarily felt doubt. What did Xiao Yan's? Bai Ying's heart suddenly shook in the face of so many people's gazes. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan had actually pushed him forward at such a moment. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was trying to drag him into the fray. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could easily tell that Bai Ying's true strength had already reached the advanced 4-star Dodi level. Compared to the people from the other 3 clans present, he was undoubtedly the strongest. He had merely hidden his strength for his own purpose. However, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, it seemed that the other party was trying to force him to openly betray them. Just these words from Xiao Yan earlier had already caused the other 3 clans to feel some doubt toward him. If he did not betray them in today's matter, regardless of whether their 4 great clans won or lost, the Bai clan behind him would not have a good ending. If he betrayed them in front of everyone, it was fine if Xiao Yan could successfully kill these people. However, if he could not, something would also happen to his Bai clan. Xiao Yan's actions were clearly forcing him to make a choice. This was a huge gamble. The wager was the Bai clan behind him. Bai Ying fell into deep thought. He had to be sure of the pros and cons. The slightest mistake could cause his clan to be reduced to ashes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square once again descended into a strange silence. The eyes of all the elite Dodi present landed on Bai Ying's body. All of them, including Xiao Yan, were waiting for Bai Ying's reply at this moment. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Bai Ying's body suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes. He carried a lightning-like speed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were already the best answer he could give. Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Immediately, the gazes of the 6 elite Dodi from the 3 large clans landed on Bai Ying's body. Their faces trembled with anger. This sudden action of Bai Ying's had destroyed their great advantage. How confident are you in being able to keep them here? Bai Ying ignored the people from the 3 great clans. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. The life or death of these people in front of him was what he was most concerned about. This concerned the clan behind him. Cuckoo, if I say, even without you, I am 100% confident that I can keep them here. Do you believe me? Xiao Yan smiled. His smile was filled with coldness. Bai Ying's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. Only then did he recover. In other words, Xiao Yan's action earlier was not because he lacked helpers. Instead, congratulations, you have just saved yourself. But what about my clan? Bai Ying's voice sounded a little low. If it was really as Xiao Yan had said, he could have killed all the people from the other 3 clans without harming Bai Ying. However, his actions, Cuckoo, I think that with the intelligence of the Bai clan's head, you should have already thought of a countermeasure before you flashed over. Xiao Yan coldly smiled. The little scheme in Bai Ying's heart did not escape his eyes. Bai Ying's pupils suddenly shrank when these words were spoken. He could not help but feel a lingering fear for the scheming of the person in front of him. When he thought about it, if he had not betrayed him earlier, would he have become another dead soul in Xiao Yan's hands? Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Bai Ying's forehead when he thought of this. He felt a lingering fear for the thoughts in his heart and also rejoiced at his actions. At the same time, this also meant that the day when his Bai clan truly fell out with the Heavenly Sword sect was not far away. Damn it. This traitor isn't listening to us at all. Let's attack together. Let's kill Xiao Yan first. As for Bai Ying, let's spare his dog life first. Let him see with his own eyes how the clan he built up is destroyed in his hands. Immediately after, the remaining 3 clans let out angry roars in unison. Their bodies moved, and they once again charged towards Xiao Yan's group. Chapter 801. Xiao Yan's face revealed a disdainful expression when he saw the 6 people charging toward him from the empty space. He widened his mouth and a dense white, heavenly flame was immediately spat out. It turned into a monstrous flame wave that violently pounced toward the 6 people in front of him from all directions. In the face of this fire wave that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame, the 6 of them did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. One by one, they unleashed their own techniques. After spending quite a bit of effort, they finally broke apart the fire wave. However, they were soon met by 3 black-robed avatars and the Northern King, who had a body of steel. With the strength of the 3 4-star Do-D incarnations, they were no match for the 3 3-star Do-D they were facing. Just one exchange had caused them to fall into a disadvantage. Defeat was only a matter of time. The Northern King was fighting against a 4-star Do-D from the Zhuo clan. His strength could be said to be extraordinary. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the Northern King. Regardless of how powerful that 4-star Do-D's techniques were, they were all useless in front of the Northern King's puppet body. Even with his 4-star Do-D cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to defeat the Northern King. Both parties fought for a moment, but the battle was ultimately in a balanced state. Other than these 4 people each facing an elite Do-D from the 3 great clans, the remaining 2 were the 4-star Do-D from the Hua clan and Zhuolin from the Zhuo clan. These 2 people were facing Bai Ying and Xiao Yan respectively. Humph, you traitor. Instead of walking down the path of the sun, you insist on walking down this path of death. Since you wish to die, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. First was the 4-star Do-D from the Hua clan. He did not show the slightest fear when facing Bai Ying. His eyes even contained disdain. With his strength as a 4-star Do-D, he was confident that he could suppress Bai Ying even if he did not use his full strength. However, what he did not know was that Bai Ying, who was facing him, was also thinking the same thing. Sure enough, the moment the 2 of them collided, the true difference in strength between the 2 was immediately revealed. Looking at the current Xiao Yan and Zhuolin, both of them were currently 4-star Do-D. However, Xiao Yan's strength was at the peak of the advanced class Do-D class. He was many times stronger than Zhuolin. Zhuolin also didn't expect that this group of cowards would deliberately give Xiao Yan to him. It seemed that they wanted to help him fulfill his wish of capturing Xiao Yan alone. Damn it. When this princess returns, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth twitched as he cursed. However, the moment he lifted his head, Xiao Yan's cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Zhuolin's heart jumped. His body hurriedly retreated. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler, violently swung it and smashed it toward Zhuolin's chest. This sudden scene caused Zhuolin's face to instantly turn pale with fright. He could no longer be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly used the golden cloud sword in his hand to block in front of him. He wanted to use it to block this attack of Xiao Yan's. Clang! Following a loud bell-like sound, Zhuolin's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. The moment his body paused, his face swiftly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. When he lowered his head to look, a clear crack had appeared on the golden cloud sword in his hand where it had collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Golden cloud sword. Zhuolin's heart was shocked. The material used to forge the golden cloud sword was extremely extraordinary. He had never expected that the golden cloud sword that he was most proud of would actually be broken by someone in one blow. This was really unbelievable. On top of being shocked, an endless amount of hatred and viciousness also rose in Zhuolin's heart. He did not believe that Xiao Yan, who was also a 4-star Do Di, could be so strong. His Zhuo clan was the head of the 4 great clans. Moreover, he, Zhuolin, was the #1 person among the younger generation of the 4 great clans. Regardless of whether it was the Qi method or Do technique that he practiced, they were all the best in the Heavenly Sword sect. What did Xiao Yan count for? At the very most, he was just an ordinary person in the wilderness. How could he be compared with a favored child like him? Zhuolin was immediately furious as this thought rose in his heart. He violently threw out the broken golden cloud sword in his hand. His body shook violently as he waved his large hand. Vast and mighty Do Qi immediately swarmed out of his body. He immediately clenched his hand and the Do Qi agglomerated, transforming into an even sharper golden-colored longsword. His feet heavily stepped on empty air as he charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Are you going to be serious? Xiao Yan spoke faintly. He did not dodge when he saw Zhuolin, who was charging explosively toward him. Instead, he twisted his wrist slightly and the heavy blade of the ruler was aimed at the charging Zhuolin. The distance between the two was 1,000 feet. With the speed of an elite Do Di, the distance was covered in the blink of an eye. However, just as the golden-colored longsword in Zhuolin's hand swiftly approached Xiao Yan, the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was suddenly swung. With just one strike, it forcefully shattered the longsword in Zhuolin's hand. Too weak. Xiao Yan spoke faintly. At the same time, the expression on Zhuolin's ferocious face instantly became incomparably pale. Swoosh. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuolin in a ghost-like manner. His lips were close to the latter's ear as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Originally, I thought that you would bring me a pleasant surprise during these 5 years. It is unexpected that you are actually so weak. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle after these words were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Soon after, his body was once again violently sent flying by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned after sending Zhuolin flying. A doubtful expression was revealed between his brows. He shook his head gently and instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. His body was like a dark black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Zhuolin. This time around, Xiao Yan did not intend to continue giving Zhuolin a chance to retaliate. For some unknown reason, just a moment ago, under Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, he felt that there seemed to be another strength spying on this world. By being able to remain undiscovered under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the latter's strength was definitely at least that of a 6-star Do Di. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape Xiao Yan's spiritual strength probing. However, just as this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, an extremely frightening aura suddenly descended from the sky. It was just like a bowl that had been flipped upside down, covering this entire place. Immediately, everyone who was having an intense battle in the battleground was greatly startled. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked over, only to see a linen-robed old man standing at the highest point of this space that was covered by the aura and pressure. Chapter 802. The sudden change in the battlefield caused the hearts of quite a number of people to suddenly tremble. The intense battle within the battleground also came to a halt as a result. Everyone lifted their heads and looked towards the sky, only to see an old man wearing linen robes standing high in the sky, looking down at everyone below. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura! At this moment, this was the only thing that everyone present could think of. This fellow who had suddenly appeared, just his aura alone was enough to cause everyone present to be unable to breathe. Even Xiao Yan felt an enormous pressure in the face of this aura. At this moment, everyone present stared solemnly at the figure in the sky, not daring to relax for even a moment. Under the gazes of the crowd below, the hemp-robed elder in the sky slowly descended. Soon after, many of the people present immediately recognized the latter's identity. This hemp-robed elder was one of the four great sects, the sect leader of Withered Leaf Sect, Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian. Why is it him? I really did not expect this fellow to know that his strength is at the bottom of the four great sects, so he is prepared to make the first move. What do we do now? We are all members of the four great sects, perhaps he can save our lives. Isn't this fellow known for his benevolence? When they saw that the person who had arrived was the sect leader of Withered Leaf Sect, one of the four great sects, the expressions of the members of the four great clans immediately became joyous. With this lord's help, no matter how powerful Xiao Yan was, he could only obediently be captured today. Yi Luotian, when he saw Yi Luotian arrive, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten a little. He could faintly sense a strange aura from this fellow's body. This aura was somewhat unstable, but it was used by Yi Luotian. This was something that Xiao Yan seemed to have seen before. Hee, little friend Xiao Yan, this is the second time we have met. They could clearly feel that the person in front of them was not a kind person, but judging from the way he spoke, the expression on his face was rather benevolent, as if he was an ordinary old man who did not know the ways of the world. However, under the pressure of his powerful aura, no one dared to think that way. After all, Yi Luotian was an existence that was on par with the sect leaders of the four great sections. If they were to really fight, even Xiao Yan was not confident that he would be a match for him. Sect Master Yi, are you here to capture me as well? Xiao Yan revealed a solemn expression. He couldn't even detect the latter's exact strength, so how could he be a match for him? Little friend Xiao Yan, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just unwilling to see so many of my fellow disciples die. After all, they're all members of the four great sects, and I truly can't bear to watch them die. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Yi Luotian smiled faintly. His smile looked rather benevolent. However, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. What do you mean by, can't bear to watch? The four great sects were practically like fire and water, and they could not wait to swallow each other up. What do you mean by fellow disciples? That's bullshit. The four great sects were on par with each other, how could they be considered fellow disciples? Yi Luotian was naturally unaware of Xiao Yan's thoughts, and even if he did, he would only smile indifferently. A pair of benevolent old eyes swept across the crowd below. Yi Luotian softly chuckled, before waving his sleeve. Countless streaks of light immediately sprinkled down, hovering in front of the crowd and transforming into pills. Take these pills and treat your injuries first. It's time for this endless battle to come to an end. Yi Luotian smiled faintly. However, when he saw that everyone was staring at the pills in front of them without moving, he knew that these people must have some concerns. He softly chuckled in his heart, before he once again smiled and opened his mouth to speak. These medicinal pills are all tier 4 medicinal pills. If you don't eat them, the old me will take them back. Yi Luotian smiled. He immediately lifted his sleeve, appearing as though he was really going to take back the medicinal pills. Soon after, everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited expression when they heard that these were actually tier 4 medicinal pills. Tier 4 medicinal pills. These were tier 4 medicinal pills. Normally, they would not even be able to see them, much less eat them. Now that such a good opportunity was placed in front of them, what reason did this group of people have to reject it? Other than Bai Ying and the 6 elite Do Di, everyone from the 4 great clans immediately swallowed the medicinal pill that was suspended in front of them without any hesitation. It was as though they were afraid that Yi Luotian would really take back the medicinal pill. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. They swiftly turned into a surging medicinal strength that surged into their bodies and spread throughout their bodies. Indeed, within a short moment, the injuries on everyone's bodies were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While they were feeling joyous, the surging strength caused the aura within their bodies to suddenly soar. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation of everyone present who had swallowed the medicinal pills had broken through by 1 star at this moment. As for those 9-star Band D class experts, although their strength did not break through, they had all reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Band D class. This medicinal pill could be said to be extraordinary. The appearance of this scene also caused the hearts of the few elite Do D from the 4 great clans to move. After confirming that those who had swallowed the medicinal pills did not show any abnormality, they ceased hesitating and swallowed the medicinal pills in front of them. Soon after, the auras of the 6 elite Do D had indeed been raised by 1 star in a short moment. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, Bai Ying, Tian Ying, and the others beside him still did not move. Although these few people were attracted by this medicinal pill, they seemed to be waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move. They did not dare to relax if the latter did not eat it. Haha, young friend Xiao Yan, those 2 friends of yours seem to have suffered quite serious injuries. It is fine if you do not eat it, but you should not ignore them. Yi Luotian seemed to have seen through this point. Xiao Yan's side was always led by Xiao Yan. If he did not eat it, the others would also not eat it. Tian Ying and Bao frowned when they heard this. Xiao Yan also involuntarily turned his gaze to the Flame Lion duo. Even though they had the help of a Tier 3 medicinal pill, Zhuolin's sword attack had already injured their foundations. It was extremely difficult for them to recover. A Tier 3 medicinal pill alone would not be of much use. However, if it was a Tier 4 medicinal pill, things would be different. After hesitating for a moment, the members of the 4 great clans on the other side were already full of energy. Not only had their strength soared, but their fighting strength had also recovered greatly under the effect of the medicinal pills. Brother Xiao Yan, why don't I try one first? At this moment, Tianning was also clearly aware that the injuries within the Flame Lion duo's bodies could not be underestimated. If he was careless, it could possibly affect their future cultivation path. Hence, as the big brother, Tianning could not be bothered. Wait, before you eat it, let me check your medicinal pills. Sect leader Yi has already said that the 4 great sects are one and we are not jackals of the same tribe as them. You can eat the medicinal pills, but before that, let me check them first. Just as Tianning was about to consume the medicinal pills, Xiao Yan suddenly beckoned with his hand. The medicinal pills floating in front of the few of them swiftly landed in Xiao Yan's hand and were held in Xiao Yan's palm. After a short few breaths, Xiao Yan returned the medicinal pills in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Eat it. I have already checked. There is no problem with the medicinal pills." When these words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's gaze paused on Yi Luotian. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian revealed a kind smile on his old face when he saw this. He smiled and nodded, appearing to be quite satisfied. However, no one knew just what he was thinking in his heart. Xiao Yan took the lead in consuming the medicinal pills in front of the few of them. Only then did Bai Ying and the others consume the medicinal pills one after another. As expected, the strength of Xiao Yan's group had also increased within a short moment. The Flame Lion, Xiong Gang, and Bao had advanced to a 2-star Do D. Tianning had become an initial 3-star Do D. Even Bai Ying's strength had also risen to an initial 5-star Do D. The arrival of this surprise caused Tianying's group to feel quite excited. Instinctively, a nostalgic feeling rose in their hearts for Yi Luotian. On the other hand, even though Bai Ying's strength had increased, he was a cautious person. He was suspicious of the change in his aura. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Only he knew what Yi Luotian was planning. When one turned their heads to look at Xiao Yan again, the latter was already at the peak of the advanced 4-star Do D class. After using this medicinal pill, the aura within his body had soared, forcefully reaching the intermediate 5-star Do D class. He was only a step away from the advanced Do D class. Haha, unexpectedly, this retreat has brought about quite a number of surprises. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. This harmless appearance of his seemed to be completely unguarded against everything around him. In the sky, the smile on Yi Luotian's old face gradually became denser when he saw Xiao Yan's group consume the medicinal pills. In the end, it became a little distorted, causing the originally amiable appearance of the old man to appear a little frightening at this moment. Haha, since the medicinal pills have been consumed, can sect leader Yi tell us the true reason why you have come this time around? Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes focused on Yi Luotian as he asked in a meaningful manner. Haha, that is only natural. Since I have already achieved my goal, I will tell you the truth. This has always been the old me's way of doing things. Yi Luotian laughed ferociously. The expression on his old face swiftly became gloomy. The amiable appearance from a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he appeared just like a malicious ghost with a sinister smile, causing one's heart to tremble. Withered leaf grass, rise. Yi Luotian's words had just sounded when a withered yellow plant suddenly grew from the vortex space within the bodies of everyone from the 4 great clans, with the exception of Xiao Yan's group. Within a short couple of breaths, it had already occupied the vortexes within their bodies. Chapter 803. The withered yellow plant swiftly grew wildly in the bodies of the people from the 4 great clans. In the blink of an eye, it had already occupied their vortex space. Even a few of their main chi paths had been entangled by that plant. Immediately, everyone present felt that everything in their bodies was under the control of that strange plant. What is going on? What is this thing? Yi Luotian. What have you done to us? In the blink of an eye, the people from the 4 great clans felt a wave of terror in their hearts. Their internal organs had already been controlled by this plant. Did this not mean that their lives were also controlled by this plant? Hee. I can tell you now. What you have swallowed earlier is the dry leaf goo that this venerable self has personally refined for you. Once this thing grows in your body, it will be connected to your spirit. Your life and death are all connected to the dry leaf goo. If the dry leaf goo dies, all of you will definitely die. Moreover, the dry leaf goo is controlled by this venerable self. Therefore, if you wish to live, you must listen to this venerable self's orders. Kill without mercy. At this moment, Yi Luotian finally revealed his true nature. When the people below heard this, their hearts were filled with fear. They never imagined that such a good thing that had been delivered to their doorstep would actually end up handing their lives to someone else. Yi Luotian, don't you know that we are from the Heavenly Sword sect? Once anything happens to us, the Heavenly Sword sect will definitely come to your sect and eliminate your dry leaf sect from the western region. The 4-star Do Di from the Hua clan once again stepped forward. He firmly believed that with the Heavenly Sword sect backing them, it was impossible for Yi Luotian to dare oppose the Heavenly Sword sect regardless of how crazy he was. Bang! You are seeking death. However, in the next instant, the 4-star Do Di's body suddenly exploded the moment his words sounded. It turned into a bloody fog that permeated the sky and spread. The Heavenly Sword sect, sooner or later, you will become the lackey of my dry leaf sect. If any of you still dare to disobey, you can step forward now. Yi Luotian's expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with disdain. Now, the dead leaf goo had been planted in these people's bodies. If they did not comply, he could make them explode with a single thought. These people's lives were now in his hands. The faces of everyone below immediately turned pale after Yi Luotian's words were emitted. Even though everyone's hearts contained an unwillingness and fury, they could only helplessly shut their mouths when they recalled the miserable fate of that elite 4-star Do Di from the Hua clan. Ga. In the sky, Yi Luotian laughed maniacally as if there was no one around. However, at this moment, they don't dare to rebel against you, but I do. Xiao Yan stood proudly as he stared at Yi Luotian with an unruly look in his eyes. There was no trace of fear on his face. Xiao Yan's actions caused the expressions of Tian Ying and the others behind him to change drastically. Even Bai Ying and the others from the 4 great clans could not help but reveal shock on their faces. Xiao Yan, don't be impulsive. Mr. Xiao Yan, compared to Tian Ying's agitation, Bai Ying was much calmer. He knew that given Xiao Yan's character, he would definitely not risk his life to do what he had just done. However, since he dared to speak out, he must have his own confidence. Oh. Ga, Xiao Yan, the outside world says that you are extremely cunning. Even an elite Do D would have to be 120% careful when facing you. However, in my opinion, you are merely SOSO. Yi Luotian coldly laughed when he heard this. He had already planted the dead leaf goo in everyone who had swallowed the pill. Xiao Yan actually dared to resist. This was no different from seeking death. However, when Yi Luotian tried to control the dead leaf goo in Xiao Yan's body, he was shocked to find that other than his cultivation aura, there was no change in the latter's body. His dead leaf goo did not exist in Xiao Yan's body. What is going on? Yi Luotian's eyes suddenly focused. With a thought, he tried to sense the dead leaf goo in Tian Ying's and the rest's bodies. However, the final result was the same. His dead leaf goo had completely vanished. Hee, your goo is indeed powerful, but, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. He extended his hand and spread his 5 fingers. His hand trembled slightly. Immediately, one could hear a puff sound as a fierce dense white heavenly flame rose. The temperature of this place had also swiftly risen. Under my heavenly flame, any poison or evil spirit is useless. Yi Luotian finally realized when the heavenly flame appeared. He had only cared about his dead leaf goo and had forgotten that Xiao Yan still had a divine item like the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was the most yang energy in the world. Any evil poison was useless against it. No wonder Xiao Yan dared to swallow his dead leaf goo. It seems that the reason why there were no changes in Tian Ying's and the rest's bodies was also because of Xiao Yan. Good, as expected of Xiao Yan. To be able to shake the entire western region, you relied on more than brute force. However, even so, you will still return with me today. Yi Luotian coldly snorted. Immediately, his sinister old eyes swept across the other members of the 4 great clans as he coldly ordered, Go. Go, all of you go. Capture Xiao Yan for this venerable self. Today, this venerable self will personally plant a goo in your body. Even though the members of the 4 great clans were unwilling, their lives were already in the hands of others. In order to survive, they could only follow the order. The strength of the 6 elite Do D had increased by quite a bit. This allowed them to feel a little more secure when facing Xiao Yan's group. Previously, due to the difference in strength between the 2 sides, they were unable to let go. Now, other than Xiao Yan, the strength of the other members of the 2 groups was equal. Naturally, they no longer had the slightest fear. The 6 of them moved in unison. They split into 6 directions and surrounded Xiao Yan's group in the middle. A thought passed through their minds and 6 frightening forces agglomerated into 1/2 of the sky. They pressed down on Xiao Yan's group from all directions. Humph. Seeing this, without waiting for Bai Ying and the rest to make a move, Xiao Yan suddenly snorted coldly. If he was facing Yi Luotian, he might still be a little afraid. However, if this group of people were still the same as before, he had full confidence in keeping them here. Ignoring the aura and pressure from the 6 people who were attacking him, Xiao Yan extended his right hand. The Do Qi in his body swiftly gathered in his palm. Immediately, a thumb-sized black dot slowly agglomerated and formed. High Spirit Do Technique. Chapter 804. High-level Spirit Do Technique, Great Heaven Creation Palm. As Xiao Yan let out a low cry from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Yan flipped his right hand and violently pressed it against the empty space in front of him. The Great Heaven Creation Palm was originally a heaven-level Do technique. Ever since Xiao Yan had advanced to the ranks of the half-emperor experts, he had rarely used this Do technique. However, after breaking through to the Do D realm, Xiao Yan was fortunate enough to comprehend some things during this process. This also imperceptibly deepened Xiao Yan's understanding of the Great Heaven Creation Palm. The comprehension this time not only allowed Xiao Yan to have a deeper understanding of the power of the Great Heaven Creation Palm, but it also allowed him to innovate on the original foundation of the Great Heaven Creation Palm and improve it further. After incorporating many of Xiao Yan's own comprehensions and the Great Way energy, the Great Heaven Creation Palm's grade had also increased. From the looks of it now, the Great Heaven Creation Palm was already comparable to a high-level Spirit Dough technique. When a high-level Spirit Dough technique was used by Xiao Yan with his current cultivation, its power could be said to be earth-shattering. When the palm landed, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan instantly collapsed. Following which, a dark black halo rapidly spread from the empty space where Xiao Yan's palm had landed. It was like a flood that quickly spread in all directions. When the 6 elite Dough D who were surrounding Xiao Yan's group saw this, their hearts immediately tightened. They hurriedly maneuvered the Dough Qi in their bodies and each of them used their own Dough techniques. They violently blasted toward the rapidly spreading black halo in front of them. Boom! 6 Dough technique glows rushed out with a lightning-like speed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart along the way. The sound of air exploding repeatedly sounded. Soon after, they violently collided with the dark black light circle. Chi chi chi, the intense collision sound that everyone had imagined was not emitted when the two came into contact. Instead, the 6 Dough technique glows appeared to have suddenly charged into a bottomless black hole. They did not carry any energy ripple as they disappeared just like that. Even the speed at which the black-colored light circle spread was not affected in the slightest. What? Seeing this strange scene, the expressions on the faces of the 6 people changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A total of 6 elite Dough D's Dough techniques, 3 4-star Dough D and 3 5-star Dough D. Such a lineup was likely something that even an ordinary 6-star Dough D would not dare to casually come into contact with. At the very least, an ordinary 6-star Dough D would not be able to receive that attack. At the very least, it was impossible for an ordinary 6-star Dough D to receive that attack. However, even with such a frightening lineup, the combined attack of 6 elite Dough D did not appear to have the slightest ability to retaliate under that strange black light circle. How is this possible? At this moment, even with Zhuo Lin's character, his mouth involuntarily let out an involuntary exclamation. The scene in front of him was really unimaginable. Forget about him, even the other 5 people and Yi Luo Tian, who was currently standing in the sky, were similarly shocked in their hearts. They were all 5-star Dough D, but the strength that Xiao Yan had unleashed was at least a couple of times greater than these people. Such fighting strength could be considered frightening. Is this fellow really just a Dough D? The same question once again reverberated within the minds of these elite Dough D. Not long ago, when Xiao Yan was just a mere Ban D, there were already people who had doubted him. Now, everyone's suspicion of him had grown even deeper. No one dared to believe that this black-robed, young man in front of them was really just an elite Dough D as he appeared on the surface. The disappearance of the 6 Dough skills did not stop the spreading of the black light circle. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark black light circle had already spread to the feet of the 6 elite Dough D. Immediately, the hearts of the few of them were greatly frightened. They could not be bothered about anything else as the Dough Qi within their bodies wildly shot toward the light circle in front of them. Their bodies also hurriedly pulled back. It was as though they were afraid that they would be swallowed by this strange dark black light circle like that Dough skill. It is too late to run now. Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he saw the 6 of them fleeing wildly. His hands suddenly shook and the speed at which the black light circle spread suddenly increased. At the same time, an extremely frightening suction force surged out from the dark black light circle. It wildly tore everything in the world apart. Under this frightening suction force, the originally swiftly retreating figures of the 6 elite Dough D immediately slowed down. The distance between them and the black light circle also swiftly shrunk. Seeing that the black light circle was about to climb onto their bodies, a fear that originated from deep within their souls finally surged into their hearts at this moment. The 6 of them clearly understood in their hearts that if they were to be sucked into the light circle, they would definitely not be able to come out alive even if they were 5-star Dough D. At this moment, they finally clearly understood the gap between themselves and Xiao Yan. The latter did not even care about them from the very beginning. Regardless of whether it was a ban D or a do D, Xiao Yan was an absolutely invincible existence among those of the same class. Their so-called bullying him with numbers was just like a child playing around in the eyes of the latter. No. No. When the black circle of light climbed onto their bodies, the 6 of them let out a terrified sharp cry at the same time. Every one of them roared crazily, and the do-chi in their bodies crazily surged out, hoping that they could use this to block the spread of the black circle of light. However, all of this appeared to be so powerless. The 6 elite do-di from the 4 great clans were swallowed by the dark black light circle one after another. First, it was their legs. After which, it was their waists. Sect leader Yi, save us. At this juncture of life and death, the 6 of them placed their last hopes on Yi Luotian. Unfortunately, Yi Luotian remained indifferent until the moment of their death. His pair of sinister old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A trace of murderous intent slowly surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian did not expect that Xiao Yan before him was really as those fellows had said. His fighting strength far exceeded his cultivation. Within the same class, it was impossible for anyone to be his match. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan had not only relied on luck during the battle at the desolate ancient ruins. With this thought in mind, Yi Luotian slowly placed one hand behind his back. Under his sleeves, the hand gradually formed into a claw. A withered yellow do-chi quietly surfaced on his fingertips. Murderous intent surfaced in Yi Luotian's eyes the moment the 6 of them died within the black light circle. In the next instant, his body that was suspended in the air suddenly disappeared. At almost the same time, a withered claw appeared in front of Xiao Yan and viciously swiped at Xiao Yan's head. However, in the next instant, just as Yi Luotian's claw was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, the invisible space was suddenly torn apart. Soon after, a slender jade-like hand reached out from the void. With a twist of the jade-like hand, a palm smashed forward and heavily collided with Yi Luotian's claw. In an instant, the expression on Yi Luotian's old face changed drastically. His skinny body immediately retreated uncontrollably. After taking a few hundred steps back, he finally managed to stand in the air in a sorry state. The moment he lifted his head, his old face was filled with shock and despair. Chapter 805. In the sky, Yi Luotian's old face was flushed red. The previous attack had caused the blood in his body to churn violently. A metallic taste involuntarily rose up in his throat as his heart was filled with incomparable shock. Yi Luotian's heart was incomparably solemn. He lifted his gaze and stared intently at the frosty woman in a long white dress who had leisurely appeared in front of Xiao Yan 100 feet away. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, Leng Bingshuang. After 5 years of seclusion, Leng Bingshuang had finally awoken from her long slumber. Unlike Xiao Yan, the cold poison in Leng Bingshuang's body had accumulated over 100 years. The cold poison was so deep that it had practically infected Leng Bingshuang's core. Even with the help of the Bodhi returning pill, it was not so easy to completely expel it. However, over the past 5 years, Leng Bingshuang had finally relied on her own strength and the help of the Bodhi returning pill to completely remove the cold poison from her body. Now, not only had Leng Bingshuang's strength recovered to its peak, she was even stronger than before after refining the cold poison. Though the cold poison was frightening, the energy it contained was also extremely enormous. Being able to control it was undoubtedly a great benefit to one's cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also recovered from his momentary shock. In that instant, he had even sensed the aura of death. Xiao Yan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If not for Leng Bingshuang's timely intervention, Xiao Yan would have already died at Yi Luotian's hands. The moment he lifted his head, Xiao Yan saw Leng Bingshuang, who was just inches away from him. Seeing the graceful back of the woman in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily let his imagination run wild for an instant. However, he recovered in the blink of an eye and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He lifted his sleeve and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Many thanks. Leng Bingshuang's pretty eyes glanced slightly when she heard the words of gratitude transmitted from behind her. She glanced at the latter from the corner of her eyes. Immediately, a soft snort was emitted from her pretty nose. The corners of her mouth also curled up in an undetectable manner. Soon after, the expression on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face once again receded. Her eerily cold eyes slowly lifted as her icy gaze shot towards Yi Luotian like an arrow. It was as if she wanted to freeze the other party into a block of ice. Yi Luotian's heart shivered when he sensed the ice-cold gaze directed at him. The muscles at the corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched as he lifted his head to look at the other party. A pair of sinister old eyes stared fixedly at the woman in white. After a long while, Yi Luotian finally suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the woman. Then, he bowed slightly and said in a serious voice, "I'm sorry." He bowed slightly and said, "May I know who you are? If you have nothing to do with this matter, I hope that you can leave. This old man does not wish to drag unrelated people into this matter." It was only a single blow, but Yi Luotian could feel how terrifying this woman was. In the western region, the number of people who could push him back with a single blow could be counted on one hand. He knew a thing or two about those people, but he had never seen someone like this woman before him, whose strength had reached such a terrifying level. Scram. However, Yi Luotian's words were met with a cold rebuke from Lang Bingshuang, which was filled with killing intent. Yi Luotian's expression darkened when he heard these words. As one of the few powerful practitioners in the western region, when had he ever received such humiliation? Even the sect leaders of the three sects would not act so recklessly in front of him. This woman before him was a little too overbearing. "Sir, don't make me say it a third time, or you can stay here forever." Just as Yi Luotian was about to speak, Lang Bingshuang raised her head with an icy expression. Her beautiful eyes were emotionless as she stared at the other party. An icy blue light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Immediately, Yi Luotian's heart turned cold as a deep sense of fear uncontrollably grew from the bottom of his heart. This woman, Yi Luotian's eyes abruptly widened. His eyes were so round that they almost popped out of their sockets. The shock in his heart was incomparable. From the look in Lang Bingshuang's eyes, he was certain that this woman's strength was far above his own. Origin transformation stage. These three words involuntarily appeared in his heart as cold sweat violently covered Yi Luotian's body. His mind also swiftly recalled some information. It was not as if there were no origin transformation stage practitioners in the entire western region. From what he could recall, there were 3 of them. Although 2 of them had not appeared in the world for many years, their reputations were still there. As for the third person, according to what he knew, she was a woman. However, no one in the entire western region had ever seen her face. He had originally believed that this expert had either gone into seclusion or had died. He never imagined that she would actually appear in this boundless mountain range. A split second later, Yi Luotian seemed to have suddenly received a fright. He did not even dare to raise his head as he hastily turned around and retreated. He rapidly flew out of the Shilin mountain range as if he was fleeing. Lang Bingshuang's icy eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Luotian's departing figure. Moments later, her bright eyes turned and looked at the person behind her. "We can forget about what happened before, but now, you owe me again." Lang Bingshuang's beautiful eyes calmly stared at Xiao Yan in front of her as she spoke in an indifferent tone. Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly taken aback when he heard these words. Even though the latter's words still sounded icy cold, they seemed to be vastly different from before. This caused Xiao Yan to feel rather strange in his heart. "How do you want me to repay you?" In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes. His pitch-black and calm eyes were like deep waters as he stared at Lang Bingshuang. Their eyes met as Xiao Yan softly chuckled and asked. The 4 heavenly eagle brothers behind him as well as Buying could not help but be startled when these words were spoken. The 3 heavenly eagle brothers were still all right, but Ah Bao and the current Buying were incomparably shocked. They had personally witnessed just how terrifying this woman was. Even though she had not attacked, her aura alone was enough to scare away the sect leader of one of the 4 great sects, the Withered Leaf sect. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. However, even so, Xiao Yan was still able to laugh in the face of her indifferent words. This person was truly unbelievable. However, just as Bao and Bai Ying thought that Leng Bingshuang would become angry, Leng Bingshuang's pretty face flushed red after exchanging glances with Xiao Yan. She hurriedly turned around and said in a displeased tone, "This king has not decided yet, but sooner or later, I will definitely make you pay." "Definitely." A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he nodded and spoke in a certain tone. Chapter 806. After sending Leng Bingshuang off with their eyes, it was a long while later before Tianying and the others slowly stood up. They glanced at the direction that Leng Bingshuang had left in and then looked at Xiao Yan. The brothers smiled at each other. Their smiles contained an unknown meaning. Beside them, Bai Ying also glanced at the direction that Leng Bingshuang had left in. He was deep in thought. At the same time, he could not help but feel surprised. After withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan's eyes turned and landed on Tianying and the other three brothers. After arriving in front of the four of them, Xiao Yan checked the injuries of Xiong Gang and the Flame Lion. Seeing that they had taken a turn for the better, he quietly sighed in relief. Although Yi Luotian's dry leaf goo could not be considered a true Tier 4 medicinal pill, it had an extremely obvious effect on healing injuries. If its usage was not too extreme, it could perhaps be used as a substitute for a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Moreover, its frightening ability to raise a cultivator's cultivation was something that even Xiao Yan was extremely shocked in his heart. If he did not have the heavenly flame to protect himself and help Tianying and the others get rid of the dry leaf grass within the dry leaf goo, it was likely that they would have become a weapon that Yi Luotian used to threaten him. "Brother Xiao Yan, they should be fine, right?" Tianying frowned as he looked at the two people beside him who had regained consciousness but whose faces were pale. His heart was still a little worried as he softly inquired Xiao Yan. "They are more or less fine. Next, they only need to recover for a period of time. With the aid of medicinal pills, they should be fine." Tianying nodded his head in relief after hearing Xiao Yan's words. He exchanged a smile with Bao beside him. The relationship between the four of them had unknowingly become a little closer. If it was said that there was a thin barrier between Bao and the three Tianying brothers before this, the four of them would be completely united after this matter. Bao had stepped forward at the critical moment, causing the three brothers to truly acknowledge Bao's existence in their hearts. From today onwards, there would no longer be three people guarding the Shilin mountain range but four people. I have to thank Mr. Xiao Yan for being able to advance to a 5-star Do D this time around. By the side, Bai Ying also stepped forward with a smile. He politely cupped his hands to Xiao Yan and bowed slightly. His tone was filled with flattery. A glint flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted a smile as he said, "By his clan and we are. Now, we do not owe each other. And we do not owe each other anything now." We no longer Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he heard this. Xiao Yan's actions clearly indicated that he wanted to draw a line between them. Doing so would have both advantages and disadvantages for the Bai clan. Both parties coldly faced each other. This would undoubtedly give Bai Ying a perfect excuse when he returned. At that time, as long as he pushed all the blame onto Xiao Yan, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect would naturally not be able to tolerate him. He could even use this to worsen the relationship between the Heavenly Sword sect and Xiao Yan. Once the two parties engaged in a big battle in the future, his Bai clan could randomly find an excuse to stand by the side and reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be great? As long as they did not directly clash with Xiao Yan, it was impossible for him to attack his Bai clan. Other than this, everyone else other than Bai Ying from the Bai clan had died in the encirclement of Xiao Yan in the Shilin mountain range. This would unavoidably arouse the suspicion of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect. It was likely that his Bai clan would not be able to do anything in the near future. As for Leng Bingshuang's existence, Bai Ying did not plan to reveal it. Leng Bingshuang's appearance was all because of Yi Luotian. Once Leng Bingshuang was exposed and Yi Luotian was implicated, the cause of the deaths of the four great clans would be discovered. At that time, regardless of how the Heavenly Sword sect would treat his Bai clan, at the very least, the withered leaf sect would not easily let them off. Even now, fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled Yi Luotian's vicious nature. It was not difficult to imagine just how miserable the fate of the Bai family would be if they were targeted by Yi Luotian. Haha, but brother Xiao Yan, you are really shocking. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leapt from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Do-di. Such a fast training speed is likely one of a kind even in the entire Yuan-Wu continent. Brother Tianning praises me too much. I was merely lucky to break through to a 4-star Do-di. It is just that I did not expect Yi Luotian's withered leaf goo to be able to help me break through by another star. Xiao Yan smiled. At the end of his words, there was some ridicule in them. Yi Luotian had originally wanted to use the withered leaf goo to control Xiao Yan and the others. However, he did not expect that in the end, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did he fail to control Xiao Yan, he had even helped him raise his strength once again. This was simply giving him warmth. At this moment, Bai also recovered. He raised his eyes and saw Xiao Yan happily chatting with Tianning and the others. Seeing Xiao Yan's warm smile, the expression in Bai Ying's eyes involuntarily froze. A couple of breaths later, it turned into a soft sigh that sounded faintly in his heart. Xiao Yan's training talent could indeed be said to be unparalleled in the world. Bai Ying had lived for so many years and had heard of many things on the continent, even if he had not seen them. However, he had never heard of someone with such frightening training talent. In the future, Xiao Yan in front of him would definitely become a strong person of his generation. That so-called Tianju, the legend of the Western region, would sooner or later become a stepping stone on Xiao Yan's path to growth. The future of this black-robed young man in front of him was destined to be even more dazzling than now. Unfortunately, they were destined to be different people from the start. Xiao Yan was a passerby on Bai Zhan's path to growth. Bai Zhan was a witness on Xiao Yan's path to becoming a strong person. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them could not be compared. It was not that Bai Ying looked down on his son. This was indeed an indisputable fact. Brother Xiao Yan, do you have any plans after this? Tianning once again asked Xiao Yan after turning his head around. Xiao Yan paused when he heard this. After which, his eyes indifferently drifted to Bai Ying by the side. He parted his mouth and laughed. What, Patriarch Bai still does not plan on leaving? Bai Ying was startled, and then he reacted. He clasped his fists at Xiao Yan and smiled. Since Mr. Xiao Yan has no intention of keeping me here, this one will leave now. With that, Bai Ying turned around without hesitation and flew out of the Shilin mountain range. Only after Bai Ying left did Xiao Yan withdraw his pitch-black eyes. Even though Xiao Yan did not view Bai Ying as an enemy, he knew that he had to be wary of such a person. From a certain point of view, Bai Ying's existence was not inferior to any of the 4 great clans. However, his way of doing things was indeed different. Old brother Tianning, if I remember correctly, you seem to have told me that there was something even more valuable than Tianju's cultivation inheritance in the Tianju ancient tomb, right? The sudden change in Xiao Yan's tone caused Tianning to be slightly startled. Soon after, he recovered. After musing for a moment, he nodded. His eyes looked at Xiao Yan in front of him and said, "Don't worry." That's right. I remember you specifically asked me the name of the cultivation method. It's called the Origin Returning Technique. Chapter 807. In the central region of the Yuan-Wu continent, the strange mirror, in a mysterious pitch-black space suddenly began to tremble violently. Several pairs of eyes that were unable to discern the direction shot out from the darkness, their expressions filled with anticipation. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the spatial tunnel in the middle of the mirror suddenly became distorted. Soon after, 3 human figures were spat out one after another. Among the 3 human figures, 2 of them were wrapped in black fog. They were the 2 mysterious strong people who had stepped into the Dochi continent. As for the remaining one, she was a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress who possessed a face that could topple the world. This woman was Sun Er. Unfortunately, Sun Er had already fainted during the process of passing through this spatial tunnel. At this moment, her pretty face was incomparably pale. It was completely bloodless. With Sun Air's Doshing strength, it was really difficult for her to endure this pressure under the control of the two Band D experts. Huh. However, after seeing that the three of them had returned, a couple of soft exclamations were emitted from the surrounding dark space. What happened to all of you? Where is the key? Where is the key that I asked you to find? A dark, deep questioning voice was emitted from the darkness. It was not difficult to hear that this voice contained a fury. Ugh, see, sir, we did not find the key, bang. The two people trembled as they spoke within the black fog. However, before their words sounded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The bodies of the two people appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. With a bang, they violently smashed into the invisible empty space. Fresh blood was immediately spat out from the mouths of the two people. It swiftly entered the empty space in front of them and was swiftly refined by a strange strength. See, sir, the key is not, on the Dochi continent. The hearts of the two people were shocked. They nearly thought that they had stepped into the gates of hell. An instant later, they hurriedly reacted. If they did not speak clearly, it was likely that they would really die. What? If the key is not in the Dochi continent, then where is it? The voice in the darkness sounded extremely gloomy. The two people in the black fog, who had already sunk into serious injuries, hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred on the Dochi continent with trembling hearts. That fellow in the darkness finally withdrew the aura and pressure that he had emitted. In other words, not only can we confirm that the key is with Xiao Yan, but the Dochi continent has also given birth to 3 other half-emperors? Humph, a mere half-martial monarch is nothing but an ant. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. An ant is an ant, but it also depends on whether you have the ability to really kill him. Even if you want to kill him, there are still people watching covetously. Once that kid's identity is exposed and they protect him in advance, it will be troublesome. A few hoarse voices mocked each other in the darkness. The two half-emperors took the opportunity to consume a medicinal pill and hurriedly recover from the injuries within their bodies. A trace of joy involuntarily surged within their hearts. That great person had once told them that as long as they returned, he would guarantee that they would no longer have to worry about anything in the future. This was something that they clearly remembered. According to what you have said, the key is currently still with you. Have you not taken it back? Suddenly, a powerful voice was emitted from this dark space. In an instant, the mocking voices from a moment ago were completely swept away. The two half-emperors could clearly sense that their souls involuntarily trembled the moment that voice was transmitted over. The hearts of the two of them were both shocked and happy. They did not know just what would happen next, but they knew that their bitter days had finally come to an end. The two of you are planning to use her to threaten Xiao Yan to hand over the key. The voice was transmitted once again. The two fellows, who thought that they were smart, hurriedly nodded. However, they were unaware of the many pairs of eyes that were filled with cold laughter and ridicule in the surrounding darkness. Your idea is not bad, that voice spoke indifferently. The two of them immediately rejoiced in their hearts when they heard this. They hurriedly asked, Sir, about the thing that you promised us. I will keep my word. From today onwards, the two of you do not need to care about anything in this world. You will be free of worries. This time, the two of them could clearly hear the change in emotion in the voice. Immediately, a chill rapidly rose from the bottom of their hearts. The chill was like the surface of a frozen lake, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. In the end, it turned into endless fear. Bang! Soon after, a deep explosion rang out. The two of them exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist that was quickly devoured by the surrounding space. As long as the two of you die, everything will be over. Similarly, I will be free of worries. This can be considered as fulfilling your wishes. The owner of the voice muttered in the darkness. A pair of scarlet eyes were actually able to emit a blood-like scarlet light in the darkness. In the end, they quietly closed. As for the other few, they seemed to have long become accustomed to such an outcome. They were all too clear about that person's methods. Yuanwu Continent, Western Region, outside the Shilin Mountain Range. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed since the big battle in the Shilin Mountain Range. Only today did Xiao Yan leave the Shilin Mountain Range and head towards the west. That was where the Western Wastelands region was located. Back then, Tianning had once told Xiao Yan that there were 3 large halls within the Tianzhu ancient tomb. The 3 large halls respectively stored the cultivation inheritance of Tianzhu. In addition, there was also the inheritance of Tianzhu's spiritual essence. However, the thing that Xiao Yan was most concerned about was the last one. It was the qi method that Tianzhu practiced, the return to source skill. As he had only asked for the name back then, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that he knew that the return to source skill was related to Xiao Yan had to go to the Tianzhu ancient tomb no matter what. Although it was rumored in the outside world that all 3 of Tianzhu's famous Do skills had to be present in order to open the Tianzhu ancient tomb, Xiao Yan hoped to try his luck. Xiao Yan remembered that Murong Qianxian had once told him about a place called Shahipu. That place was an important area that connected the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands region. If one wanted to enter the Western Wastelands region, that place was a place that one must pass through. However, before that, Xiao Yan wanted to make a trip to Yen City. After all, Jin Yao was still there. After not seeing him for a few years, he did not know what she would think of him after seeing the current him. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a somewhat expectant smile when he thought of this. Chapter 808. A week later, a black-robed Xiao Yan once again arrived at the outskirts of Yen City. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the bustling city in front of him as he stood outside the city. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. After 5 years, he had returned to this place. Everything appeared to have not changed. He wondered if Jin Yao was the same as before. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan's footsteps did not linger as he strode towards the inner part of Yen City. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Yan arrived in front of an ancient-looking building a short while later. The 3 large words "Thousand Medicinal House" were written on the signboard on the door. Seeing this, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily became even wider. Some scenes from a couple of years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. When he arrived in front of the Thousand Medicine shop, the main doors were open. The flow of people coming and going indicated that this business was booming. As the largest shop in Yen City, the daily profits of the Thousand Medicine shop were ranked among the top in Yen City. Thus, it was reasonable for there to be so many people here. After entering the Thousand Medicine shop, Xiao Yan first found the shop's manager. The latter immediately recognized Xiao Yan when he first saw him. However, due to Jin Yao's special instructions, Xiao Yan's identity was not discovered by outsiders. According to the manager, Xiao Yan found out that Jin Yao was not in the front of the Thousand Medicine shop. This situation had been going on for a long time. According to the manager's guess, Jin Yao should be in her own courtyard. As for why this happened so often, the elder did not elaborate. He only stared at Xiao Yan for a long time, as if he knew something, but also as if he did not know anything. With regards to this, Xiao Yan did not probe further. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he naturally had no reason to probe further. He could only turn around and head towards Yen City, towards Jin Yao's courtyard. After a short period of time, Xiao Yan arrived at this place. After pondering for a moment, he did not directly barge in. Instead, with a thought, the soul orb between his eyebrows trembled slightly as a formless spiritual force spread out and swiftly spread across the entire courtyard. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan's spiritual force locked onto a small courtyard. The small courtyard was not large. There were a few trees that were green all year round. There were stone tables and stone chairs in the courtyard, and flowers and grass were everywhere. There was a pond in the corner of the courtyard, and on the bluestone beside the pond, a beautiful woman in a red dress was sitting there with her legs crossed. As the cultivation method in her body circulated, the energy between heaven and earth uncontrollably gathered towards the woman in the red dress. From the looks of this lady's appearance, she was surprisingly the owner of the 1,000 medicinal house, Jin Yao. 5 years did not leave any scars on Jin Yao's beautiful face. Instead, it caused her to gain an additional mature charm. Additionally, her strength had finally advanced to a 3-star Do D after 5 years. With such strength, she could be considered a tyrant even in the western region. There were not many people who could touch her. Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the latter's appearance as she sat on the bluestone. That spot was where he had once sat and trained. Who is it? While Xiao Yan's emotions were fluctuating, Jin Yao, who was seated on the bluestone within the small courtyard, also instantly discovered the latter's spiritual probing. Although it was only for an instant, it caused the latter to feel a great threat. To be able to spread his soul strength to her side without her noticing, just from this point alone, the strength of the other party was absolutely not below Jin Yao's. In fact, it was extremely likely that the other party was even stronger than her. Don't tell me that the old man from the Zhao clan who will not die has broken through. Jin Yao's heart tightened. If it was that person, it would be troublesome. On the other side, Xiao Yan had also withdrawn his spiritual strength the moment Jin Yao discovered it. He involuntarily smiled awkwardly in his heart. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for Jin Yao to easily discover his spiritual strength. This was because the emotion in his heart had changed slightly earlier, creating a little fluctuation that allowed Jin Yao to discover his existence. However, since he had already been discovered, there was naturally no need for Xiao Yan to continue hiding. Cuckoo, it has been 5 years since we last met. I wonder how Jie Jin Yao has been. However, just as Jin Yao's pretty face was solemn as she looked all around, a clear laughter was suddenly transmitted from the sky above the courtyard. Soon after, the black-robed Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Xiao Yan, who had secretly appeared, caused Jin Yao's delicate body to tremble. She reflexively flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The Do Qi in her body also began to swiftly circulate at this moment. However, in the next moment, Jin Yao's delicate body suddenly paused. Her entire mind abruptly surged. A pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at the face of the black-robed man in front of her. Her mind was like a bell ringing as she continuously recalled the words that the black-robed man had spat out. A few seconds later, Jin Yao's eyes quickly turned red. A thin layer of moisture could not help but swirl in her eyes. You're still willing to come back. Finally, Jin Yao could not help but reveal an aggrieved expression as she cried out to Xiao Yan. Cuckoo, Jie Jin Yao, have you been well these past 5 years? I was almost worried to death by you. Jin Yao fiercely glared at Xiao Yan as she coquettishly pouted. In response, Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, he suddenly did not want to rest for so long. He had no choice but to do so in order to break through his strength. Half a month ago, I heard that the 4 great clans sent people into the Shilin mountain range. We all guessed that they might be targeting you. However, seeing that you're safe and sound, it shouldn't be. Seeing that Xiao Yan had returned safe and sound, the large stone in Jin Yao's heart finally fell heavily. She let out a long sigh of relief and said with a light smile. After all, the 4 great clans had mobilized quite a number of people this time. If such a large-scale operation was only to capture a half-emperor-level Xiao Yan, why would he appear in front of her now? Cuckoo, the person they wanted to capture was really me. However, they were unlucky and were left there forever by me. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiao Yan lightly scratched his head and said with a calm expression. When these words were said, Jin Yao could not help but be stunned. At the same time that she felt shocked in her heart, she was also endlessly suspicious. Jin Yao naturally understood what Xiao Yan meant by leaving them there forever. However, with Xiao Yan's strength, how was it possible for him to do so? You said that you left them there forever. Don't tell me that they really went there to capture you. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded gently to show his affirmation. The ones leading them were all 4-star Do D. If you were able to leave them there, doesn't that mean that your cultivation is, huh? Before the words from Jin Yao's mouth sounded, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. Immediately, a faint aura swiftly spread from within his body. This pressure might not pose any threat to Jin Yao in front of him, but just this pressure was sufficient to let Jin Yao know his current cultivation level. This is, you, 5-star Do D. In an instant, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on Jin Yao's pretty face. The shock in her heart was indescribable. Chapter 809. How did you do it? You actually leaped from a 6-star band D to a 5-star Do D in 5 years. This is equivalent to an entire class. Jin Yao's pretty face was shocked as she stared at Xiao Yan in front of her. Even though she had clearly sensed the aura on Xiao Yan's body, she still did not dare to easily believe that the strength of this black-robed man in front of her had actually reached the level of a 5-star Do D. This was really unbelievable. However, after hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Jin Yao finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yan's strength had soared. It was because he had swallowed the heavenly flame. TSK, heavenly flame, is really mysterious. It can actually allow your strength to soar by so much. If there are a few more heavenly flames, won't your strength immediately soar and you will become an ultimate expert? Jin Yao's pretty eyes contained some excitement as she looked at Xiao Yan. It was as though she was that ultimate expert. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He sighed and said, swallowing a heavenly flame is not as simple as you think. I have spent quite a lot of effort in order to swallow the bone-chilling flame. I nearly lost my life during the process. If it were not because of some luck and confidence, would not have been able to survive until now. Only after these words were spoken did Jin Yao pout her mouth and become quiet. Xiao Yan paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, let's not talk about how difficult and dangerous it is to refine a heavenly flame. Just finding a heavenly flame is also extremely difficult. Based on what I currently know, I only know that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. I am completely clueless about the rest. I don't even know the exact location of that heavenly flame. I can only be certain that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. The confidence in Xiao Yan's words caused Jin Yao to be startled. She did not expect Xiao Yan to be so confident. However, she did not know that it was not that Xiao Yan was confident in this information. It was just that he believed in Gu Yu's words. If Gu Yu said that there was a heavenly flame, then there definitely was. What do you plan to do now? Head to the northern region to search for the heavenly flame? Jin Yao returned to her senses and frowned. Her tone was filled with reluctance as she carefully asked. I plan to go to the western wasteland region first. There, I also have something I want to take back. No matter what. Are you talking about that little girl called Murong Qianqian? Jin Yao rolled her eyes. She never thought that she would say something like that. The moment she said those words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She wished she could swallow back the words she had just said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be slightly startled. If Jin Yao hadn't mentioned it, perhaps he really would have forgotten about that little girl. However, when Jin Yao saw Xiao Yan's startled appearance, she thought that he was concerned about what she had just said. She hastily opened her mouth to explain, her voice somewhat flustered. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to overhear it. Who asked the two of you to talk behind me? Her voice wasn't loud, but towards the end, it was inexplicably lingering with a hint of hidden bitterness. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. He didn't care about this at all. Soon after, he lifted his gaze and looked towards Jin Yao, smiling as he said, Sister Jin Yao, you don't need to think too much. The thing I am referring to is a very important accessory to me and not a person. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Murong Qianqian. Instead, it has something to do with an elder of mine. At this point, Xiao Yan no longer spoke. He lifted his head and looked towards the sky, his heart filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was slightly startled. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yan's startled expression. This expression didn't contain any romantic feelings. Instead, it was a kind of reverence. Just like Xiao Yan had said, it was an elder of his. Ji Miao. Get out here and accept your death. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking roar was transmitted over from the sky above Yan City like a thunderclap, causing the city below to tremble slightly. Immediately, everyone in the city was greatly alarmed. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a gray-robed elder standing in the sky. His turbid old eyes swept back and forth across the city below. In the blink of an eye, he had already determined Ji Miao's location. Ji Miao. 3 years. This old man has waited for 3 years. Today is the day that you will pay with your blood. The instant he saw Ji Miao, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the elder's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that ruthlessly pressed down on Ji Miao in the city below. When he saw this scene, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. The dou qi in his body swiftly circulated as he prepared to take action to suppress the elder. However, in the next moment, another powerful aura appeared and forcefully suppressed the aura of the gray-robed elder in the sky. This sudden situation caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. He turned his head to look and a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. This was because the person who had intervened was actually the chairman of the Tianyan auction house, Dong Chuan. The Tianyan auction house has always been neutral and will not intervene in any disputes between factions. Why would he intervene for you? Could it be that this uncle has taken a liking to you, Jin Yao Jie? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Soon after, his face was full of smiles as he teased Ji Miao. When the latter heard this, her pretty face turned red as she stepped forward. Her jade-like hand pinched Xiao Yan's waist. Immediately, the expression on Xiao Yan's face twisted violently as he repeatedly cried out and begged for mercy. Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Ji Miao hatefully scolded. Only then did she turn her face and look at the gray-robed elder in the sky. A cold light gradually condensed in her beautiful eyes. Let's go up and take a look. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan also put away his playful thoughts. Amidst Ji Miao's soft cry, he grabbed the latter's jade-like hand. His figure moved and instantly swept into the sky. Chairman Dong Chuan, what do you mean by this? 3 years ago, you stopped me from killing this woman to avenge my son. 3 years later, you still intend to stop me. In the sky, seeing that Dong Chuan had actually stopped his actions once again, the gray-robed elder's wrinkled old face immediately revealed a trace of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the strength of the person in front of him, he would have already charged forward. Zhao Mian, your son's death was originally an accident. Why do you keep pestering Ji Miao? 3 years ago, I sent you away because I wanted you to reflect on yourself. I didn't expect that 3 years later, you would still be so obstinate. Dong Chuan looked at the gray-robed elder opposite him with a solemn expression. What bullshit misunderstanding. This old man's son died because of this woman. At that time, the servant who reported clearly said that the person who chased after my son to stop him was this woman. But you also said that your son was also chasing after someone at that time. Perhaps it was because of her that your son died? How is that possible? How could a mere pseudo-emperor be my son's match? In the sky, Dong Chuan and the old man were arguing endlessly. It was also at this moment that 2 figures strode into the sky like bolts of lightning and stood between the 2 of them. Your son is Zhao Xian? Who are you? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the gray-robed elder immediately replied in a deep voice. You weren't wrong earlier. Your son did indeed die at my hands. Ignoring Zhao Mian's words, Xiao Yan faintly smiled as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. Following Xiao Yan's words, the expressions on the faces of Zhao Mian and Dong Chuan in the sky froze. Chapter 8:10. Who are you? In the sky, the gray-robed old man's turbid old eyes stared intently at the black-robed, young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The expression on his old face was both shocked and furious when he heard the words that were spat out from the latter's mouth. Cuckoo, old Zhao is really old. Old people tend to forget things. Back then, you had recognized my identity without revealing yourself. Why is it that you are asking me who I am now that we have met? Xiao Yan held Jin Yao's tender white hand in the empty sky. He faced the gray-robed old man with a cold smile in front of the latter's shy eyes. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule. This old man in front of him was surprisingly the two-star Dodi from the Zhao clan whom Xiao Yan had met back in Sulan City. However, back then, he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 3-star Dodi class and did not have the time to bother with Xiao Yan. Only then was Xiao Yan able to leave. It was unexpected that he was actually Zhao Xian's father. If it was not because Zhao Mian had mentioned that his son was chasing after a bandit and that Jin Yao had chased after him to stop him, Xiao Yan might not have thought of this point. Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that Dong Chuan, who was behind Xiao Yan and Jin Yao, suddenly cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with excitement. He had also heard about the matter of the 4 great clans sending people to barge into the Shilin mountain range half a month ago. At that time, he had immediately thought of Xiao Yan. However, he did not expect that he would actually meet him again in Yan City half a month later. Cuckoo, old brother Dong Chuan, it has been 5 years since we last met. How have you been? Xiao Yan smiled and turned his head when he heard Dong Chuan's exclamation. His face revealed a warm smile. The icy cold appearance from a moment ago had completely disappeared. It's really you. Seeing Xiao Yan with his own eyes caused Dong Chuan to be pleasantly surprised. A moment ago, his face still had a solemn expression, but in the next moment, it revealed an excited expression. This 180-degree change in an instant caused everyone in the city below to be involuntarily stunned. However, when they heard the name that came out of Dong Chuan's mouth, they immediately reacted. No wonder this black-robed young man was able to cause an expert of Dong Chuan's level to cry out in surprise. It turns out that he was Xiao Yan, whose name shook the western region 5 years ago. Xiao Yan, he's actually Xiao Yan. Rumor has it that he was captured by the 4 great clans 5 years ago. Why would he suddenly appear here? What do you mean he's dead? Back then, when he was surrounded by the 4 great clans, he fled into the forest. In order to not be caught, he hid for 5 years before daring to come out. That's right. I heard that half a month ago, the 4 great clans once again sent people to approach the Shilin mountain range. They were most likely sent to capture Xiao Yan. However, I did not expect that Xiao Yan had already escaped. He's really lucky. In a moment, the city below became noisy. All kinds of discussions continuously buzzed in the sky above Yan City, just like a swarm of bees flying in the sky. However, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, did not seem to care at all. Dong Chuan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he stepped forward. His gaze swept across the black mass of people in the city below as a trace of apology involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Brother Xiao Yan, it's fine. Let him be. When he saw this, Xiao Yan chuckled in an unconcerned manner. As of now, as long as the 4 great sects did not join forces, it was already very difficult for them to pose much of a threat to him. The reason why Yi Luotian was able to seize the opportunity at the Shilin mountain range previously was because he had placed all his attention on the 4 great clans. In a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for any of the 4 great sects, Xiao Yan was confident that he had the ability to completely protect himself. Hence, whether his identity was exposed or not was no longer important to him. When he saw Xiao Yan's confident appearance, Dong Chuan's heart was filled with doubt. Then, his gaze turned and once again looked towards Zhao Mian. At this moment, the flesh on the latter's old face involuntarily twitched intensely after hearing Dong Chuan's words. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, whose identity had been exposed by him back then and who had been chased by Zhao Xian, would actually appear here so coincidentally. Moreover, Xiao Yan had once again gotten involved with his Zhao clan. Zhao Mian's heart tightened slightly when he sensed the gazes that Xiao Yan's group shot over. Not long ago, he had broken through to the advanced 3-star Dodi class. Moreover, He had rushed over to Yen's city with a murderous look the moment he came out of his retreat. His goal was to kill Jin Yao and take revenge for his dead son. However, he had never expected that things would end up like this. Zhao Mian, your son was vicious and merciless. He had viciously chased after Xiao Yan for the bounty offered by the four great sects. In the end, he had caused his own death. This can be considered as him reaping what he sowed. In this continent, endless greed will always have a price to pay. Your son is the best proof. Jin Yao took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes stared at Zhao Mian as she spoke in a dense tone, twisting words and forcing logic. Xiao Yan, you have killed the son of the old me. Today, the old me shall take your life as a sacrifice to him. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Zhao Mian's face was distorted as he stared fiercely at Xiao Yan. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely forcefully kill Xiao Yan today, even if Dong Chuan were to stand in front of him. After his voice sounded, Zhao Mian's body shook. The aura within his body surged and the long gray robe that he was wearing moved without any wind. An extremely powerful force and pressure also surged out from his body, transforming into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread across the sky above Yen City. Zhao Mian, you, old brother Dong Chuan, allow me to do it myself. Seeing Zhao Mian in this manner, Dong Chuan immediately frowned. With Zhao Mian's advanced 3-star Do D strength, how could Xiao Yan be his match? However, just as Dong Chuan was about to step forward, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and stopped him with a hand. Immediately, Dong Chuan took 2 steps forward under the latter's somewhat worried gaze. His expression was calm as he looked at Zhao Mian opposite him. Behind him, Jin Yao's face carried ridicule as she looked at Zhao Mian. Her pair of pretty eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Seeing this, Dong Chuan by the side could not help but frown. His face revealed a suspicious expression as he said, Brother Xiao Yan does not appear to be someone who likes to show off. However, by doing this, what exactly is, haha, Chairman, continue watching. You will soon know. Moreover, the expression on that fellow's face will definitely be very interesting in a while. Jin Ya did not directly reply to Dong Chuan's question. She pursed her red lips and smiled as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes emitted a bright light, as though she was proud. Almost at the same time, Zhao Mian's frightening aura that belonged to an advanced 3-star Do Di violently attacked Xiao Yan like a storm. From the looks of it, the latter seemed to want to rely on this pressure alone to completely suppress Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, today, the old me will take revenge for my son. Die. Zhao Mian's old face was densely cold. A powerful aura violently pressed down on Xiao Yan's head. It was just like an invisible mountain, its aura frightening. However, Xiao Yan still maintained a calm expression in the face of this. He did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in his emotions because of the pressure above his head. In the next moment, when the pressure suddenly fell, Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes suddenly lifted. Immediately, an incomparably sharp invisible aura instantly cut through the pressure above his head like a sharp sword. Soon after, his dense gaze landed on Zhao Mian's body. The coldness that filled Zhao Mian's eyes was about to turn into a substance. In an instant, it caused Zhao Mian's entire body to feel a deep chill. It was as though he was in a 10,000-year-old ice house. He was incomparably terrified. At the same time, the expression on Dong Chuan's face behind Xiao Yan suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 8:11. In the sky above Yen City, Xiao Yan had only used one gaze to instantly break Zhao Mian's aura and pressure. It was like a sword that could cut through metal like mud, cutting through duckweed on the surface of the water. It did not cause the slightest ripple. All of this appeared to be so natural. However, at the same time this scene appeared, everyone in Yen City, other than Jin Yao, were stunned. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they stared intently at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with an expression of disbelief. The appearance of this scene was really hard to imagine and hard to believe. The aura and pressure of a 3-star Do Di had actually been instantly broken by just one gaze. This was a 3-star Do Di. Even in the entire western region, he was a person who stood at the top of the pyramid. It was not that there were no people in the entire western region who could contend with him, but they were only a small minority. However, the thing that caused them to not dare to imagine was that Xiao Yan seemed to be merely a bandit. Xiao Yan had disappeared for 5 years, causing these people's impression of him to ultimately remain from 5 years ago. Indeed, Xiao Yan was merely a 6-star bandit 5 years ago. With such strength, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for an advanced 3-star Dodi. However, 5 years. This extremely short yet long period of time might not be considered much in the eyes of these self-proclaimed experts, but it was sufficient for Xiao Yan to change many things. For example, his current cultivation had leaped from a 6-star bandit 5 years ago to a 5-star middle-stage Dodi. Such a large contrast was indeed hard to believe. It was no wonder that these people would reveal such an expression on their faces. As for Zhao Mian, his old face was also filled with a dumbfounded expression. His mouth was wide open, as if his entire jaw was about to be dislocated. His pair of deeply sunken old eyes suddenly protruded outwards. His eyeballs were swollen outwards as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The muscles on his tanned old face were tense, stiff like a statue. Waves of cold sweat uncontrollably flowed down from his temples. The breathing at the tip of his nose also seemed to have become sluggish at this moment. His entire person looked like a dried corpse. His appearance was extremely frightening. Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, your cultivation, haha, not long ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of a 5-star Dodi. However, compared to Brother Dong Chuan, it is still lacking by quite a bit. Hearing the shocked words from behind him, a slight smile appeared on Little Silver's face. His appearance was completely harmless. Where was the dense killing intent from a moment ago? You fellow, your training speed is really frightening. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leaped from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi. TSK, I really don't know how you train. Hearing Xiao Yan's admission, Dong Chuan could not help but curl his lips. His gaze swept up and down Xiao Yan's body as he spoke with a face full of praise. I was just lucky. Hearing this, Xiao Yan once again smiled. He gently scratched his head but did not provide any further explanation. Hearing such vague words, Dong Chuan was not in a position to ask any more questions. He could only continue to praise a few more times before withdrawing his gaze. 5-star Dodi, middle stage. Following the sound of Xiao Yan's words, not only Dong Chuan, but even Zhao Mian, who was standing in the air in a daze, felt an endless amount of fear in his heart at this moment. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Xiao Yan's strength would actually leap from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi within 5 years. Even in the entire Western continent, there were not many experts of this level. The thing that caused Zhao Mian to feel the most fear was that given Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him if he wanted to. Even though they were both elite Dodi, if they were to truly compare, it was completely impossible for an advanced 3-star Dodi like him to be a match for an intermediate 5-star Dodi like Xiao Yan. Between elite Dodi, the gap between each line was as large as a chasm. This was not something that a half-emperor could compare with. Even though they were both elite Dodi, if there was a slight gap between their cultivations, just this point alone would be enough to allow the other party to suppress you. Normally speaking, the strength of an intermediate 3-star Dodi would definitely not be a match for an advanced 3-star Dodi, much less a 4-star Dodi or a 5-star Dodi. Hence, with Zhao Mian's strength, he naturally did not have the courage to face Xiao Yan, who had already reached the intermediate 5-star Dodi level. Hence, after witnessing Xiao Yan's frightening move, Zhao Mian's heart had already given birth to the thought of retreating. In a battle between the strong, even if it was just a face-to-face exchange, many things could be expressed. Just from that glance from Xiao Yan earlier, this battle had actually ended before it had even begun. Cuckoo, old Zhao, may I know if you still plan to continue fighting? If you are willing, I won't mind. I'm just afraid that your Zhao clan will be removed from the western region from now on. You dare to threaten me? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a furious expression immediately surfaced on Zhao Mian's old face. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. If you want to be more direct, I can also choose not to threaten you. The instant Xiao Yan spat out these words, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A sharp douqi pillar immediately shot out from Xiao Yan's fingertip. Like an arrow, it carried a lightning-like speed and arrived in front of Zhao Mian in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhao Mian's old face immediately turned pale with fright. His heart was filled with fear as he hurriedly retreated. Finally, that douqi pillar entered empty space and disappeared in a flash. Even though this was the case, it still caused Zhao Mian to be extremely shocked. If you don't want to die, it is still not too late to turn around now. Disappear from my sight within 10 breaths. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being vicious. Xiao Yan's face once again recovered its coldness. He did not feel any pity in his heart when facing the person in front of him. The reason why he did not kill him was because he felt that there was no need to do so. If it was in the past, a 3-star Do-D would indeed be a problem. However, at this moment, a 3-star Do-D was nothing in front of him. It would not change whether he left such a person alive or not. Since he had the ability to easily kill Zhao Mian today, he would not care about him in the future. Of course, if this old man insisted on going his own way, Xiao Yan would not mind sending him off. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, enough. This old man will just leave. However, you must remember that this matter is not over. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths were almost up. Zhao Mian's heart also became increasingly anxious. Only at the last moment did he viciously throw down these words. Immediately, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly turned around and swiftly left in the direction he had come from. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan coldly withdraw his gaze. He turned his eyes and looked at the two people behind him. At the same time, the indifferent expression on his face also swiftly changed. The instant he turned around, he had already recovered his warm appearance. His amiable appearance was completely different from a moment ago. Chapter 8:12. Xiao Yan and the other two were standing within Jin Yao's mansion in Yan City. At this moment, an old man's figure slowly descended from the sky above the mansion. Haha, little brother Xiao Yan, it has been 5 years since we last met. Your strength has soared. You have actually already reached the 5-star Do-D class. You have really caused these old bones of mine to lose face. Before the person arrived, a hearty laughter had already been transmitted from a great distance and reverberated unceasingly within this small courtyard. This person was naturally the manager of the Tianyan auction house, Fang Qian. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Fang Qian's cultivation had already stepped into the initial level of a 4-star Do-D. He could be considered the second strongest person within Yan City. However, compared to Xiao Yan's soaring cultivation, Fang Qian's strength was clearly insufficient. Seeing the person who had arrived, Xiao Yan and Dong Chuan, who were seated beside the stone table, smiled at each other. They stood up together and looked at Fang Qian. On the other side, Jin Yao took out a couple of exquisite jade cups from her room and filled them with tea. Her footsteps were light as she walked over. Elder brother, you're being too humble. I was just lucky enough to obtain my current cultivation level. Elder brother Fang Qian, you're getting more and more energetic even though you've not seen me for 5 years. This little fellow is trying to change the topic. Fang Qian descended and laughed out loud. After which, his eyes flashed as he saw Jin Yao strolling over while holding a cup of tea. A surprised expression involuntarily flashed across his old eyes. He exchanged glances with Dong Chuan and the two of them involuntarily smiled. Immediately, Fang Qian took the opportunity when Jin Yao placed down the jade cup and walked away to softly tease Xiao Yan with a smile. TSK, little brother Xiao Yan is really outstanding. Jin Yao Xiaojia can be considered one of the strongest people in Yan City. Usually, she would not be so warm even when facing the two of us. Today, when she saw little brother Xiao Yan, she actually became as obedient as a little wife. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan was startled. He could not help but smile awkwardly. After which, he smiled bitterly and said, "Elder brother, don't make fun of your younger brother like that. I treat her like an elder sister, so naturally, she only treats me like a younger brother. Our relationship is just that of siblings." Dong Chuan and Jin Yao were immediately startled when these words were uttered. Their gazes swiftly met for an instant before they laughed out loud. Fang Qian's gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. He quietly said in his heart, "Brat, you treat her as your big sister, but do you know what she treats you as?" Next, the three of them casually chatted for a while. When they talked about Xiao Yan's next destination, the expressions on Dong Chuan and the other man's faces could not help but change slightly. "What, you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by yourself?" "Yes, because there's something very important waiting for me to retrieve it." Facing Fang Qian, Xiao Yan nodded his head and said with a determined expression on his face. "But you should also know that if you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, you must first gather the 3 famous Do techniques of Tianju. Only by using the 3 Do techniques together can you open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Just relying on one of them is impossible. How would I know if I don't give it a try? If I reject it without seeing the result with my own eyes, wouldn't that be too hasty? Even if my sky extinction steps alone can't open the sky extinction ancient tomb, I must personally give it a try." Dong Chuan and Jin Yao repeatedly dissuaded him. However, Xiao Yan's stance was firm. No matter what, he must make a trip to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Even if he could not open it in the end, he wanted to personally prove it. When the 2 brothers saw how firm Xiao Yan was, they could only helplessly sigh. "Cuckoo, the 2 of you can relax. If I really can't open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, I can just turn back. Don't tell me that the 2 of you don't believe in my strength." Hearing this, Dong Chuan and Jin Yao smiled and nodded. They did not doubt Xiao Yan's strength at all. When he was a bandit, he was able to cause a Do D to suffer and even kill a Do D. Now that his strength had reached a 5-star Do D, Xiao Yan's fighting strength would only be even more frightening than before. Currently, even in the entire Western region, the number of people who could fight with Xiao Yan could be counted with one's fingers. "When do you plan to leave?" 3 days later. Xiao Yan's face revealed a smile as he replied without the slightest hesitation. While the words were being spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, he did not notice that Jin Yao, whose lovely body was wrapped under a red dress, was staring at him with a pair of startled pretty eyes a short distance behind him. A complicated expression was revealed deep within her eyes. Finally, she turned around in a lonely manner and walked to the side of the pond by herself. At the same time, the 4 large sects on Qingshan Mountain finally began to move. The Sky Sword Gate's territory. 4 human figures were standing in the meeting hall. The expressions on their faces were somewhat gloomy, especially the chief of the Sky Sword Gate, Jian Ming. His eyes contained a surging killing intent that could not be contained. It is unexpected that the speed of that brat's growth is actually this fast. In just a short couple of years, his strength has already reached a 5-star Do D. That brat's strength was already extraordinary when he was a bandit. He was known for his strength that far surpassed those of the same level. With his current strength, it is likely that he can already fight with a 6-star Do D. What should we do now? A couple of days ago, someone came to report that he has already left the Shilin mountain range and is heading west. I wonder what he is planning. Hey, Wu Jitian, the western side is the territory of your battle sect. A couple of years ago, I heard that Xiao Yan had a fight with a deacon of your battle sect. Don't tell me that he is targeting you. That somewhat heavy voice had just sounded when a cold laugh was emitted from the mouth of another person. Humph, Jian Ming, you should take care of yourself. Just Xiao Yan alone does not have the ability to barge into my battle sect. He, that may not be the case. I heard that the brat is also a physical body practitioner. Not only is his Do Qi outstanding, but his physical body is also quite strong. Additionally, he is also an alchemist. TSK, Jian Ming laughed strangely when he heard this. His face was filled with a cold smile. I think that your Sky Sword Gate is afraid after being beaten by Xiao Yan. All you can say is how strong Xiao Yan is. You really boost his morale. What did you say? Enough. The most important thing now is how to deal with Xiao Yan and not us being unreasonable here. Of course, if any of you wish to deal with Xiao Yan alone and are unwilling to join forces, you can step forward now. We will go our separate ways and see who will have the last laugh. Chen Zhen suddenly stepped forward while the two of them were arguing endlessly. He stopped the two of them with a single sentence. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere once again calmed down. Could he have gone to the Western Wastelands? Suddenly, Yi Luotian, who had been silent all this while, carefully swept his gaze over the three people in front of him as he awkwardly asked. Yi Luotian's sudden words successfully attracted the gazes of the three people. This was especially the case when he mentioned the Western Wastelands. Their hearts involuntarily thought of the Tianju ancient tomb when he mentioned this. Could it be that he would really go to the Western Wastelands? This doubt immediately rose in the hearts of the four of them. It is very likely. Although the Battle Marshal's sect is located in the Western Wastelands, Xiao Yan alone will not be able to threaten them. How can the power of an entire sect be resisted by him alone? However, since that is the case, there is only one reason why Xiao Yan is heading towards the Western Wastelands, the Western Wastelands. He wants to open the Tianju ancient tomb by himself? What a joke. Since he wants to go, let him go. As long as we intercept him at the place he must pass and take the Tianju steps back, we will be able to eliminate Xiao Yan and obtain the Tianju steps. When we open the Tianju ancient tomb, everything inside will belong to the four sects. Wouldn't that be great? After the three of them spoke, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. However, they had completely forgotten about Yi Luotian. It was as if their three sects had never included him in their plans from the very beginning. Unfortunately, while the three sects had such thoughts, Yi Luotian also had such thoughts. He had purposely pointed out Xiao Yan's motives so that the three sects would intercept Xiao Yan. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Right now, Yi Luotian was this fisherman. Chapter 8:13. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed and Xiao Yan was about to embark on his journey to the western desolated region. During these 3 days, Xiao Yan was able to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation and contentment. There was no conflict, no training, and no one to disturb him. He did not need to think about anything, and this was the first time in a long time that Xiao Yan was able to relax. During these 3 days, Xiao Yan ate and slept in the small courtyard and Jinya did not leave either. His days were spent like a simple and ordinary person. He did not need to worry about how to survive and did not need to worry about others wanting to kill him. He could watch the sun rise in the morning and enjoy the sunset in the evening. It was a leisurely and carefree life. However, such leisurely days were always short. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye and now, it was time to leave. The morning light scattered across the land, gradually expelling the darkness of the night. The entire continent once again regained its vitality and was filled with vigor. Although it was only early in the morning, Yen City was already crowded with people. As the most prosperous city in this region, it was not surprising for Yen City to have such a scene. Yen City's western gate. Xiao Yan, Jin Yao, and the rest were standing in the air. Xiao Yan was facing the east. The slowly rising sun was like a huge fireball, emitting a fiery red glow that shone on Xiao Yan's face, causing the latter's fair complexion to have an additional rosy glow. Are you leaving already? Dong Chuan frowned slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually leave so early. The sun had just risen and he was already planning to leave. All of this seemed incomparably hurried and they did not seem to have done anything, nor did they have the time to do anything. Amongst the few of them, especially Jin Yao, her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yan in front of her. She could not even bear to blink as the latter's face was deeply engraved in her mind. She did not know when they would meet again after today. No one knew. Unknowingly, the atmosphere between the few of them gradually became heavy. After a short reunion, they had to leave in a hurry. No one could bear such a scene. Don't worry, everyone. Regardless of whether I succeed in this trip to the Western Wasteland region or not, I will return. See you then. Xiao Yan could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere at this moment. In order to not aggravate each other's feelings, he could only pretend to be relaxed and smile. Immediately, he turned around in the air and flew towards the west. Xiao Yan. The next moment, Jin Yao suddenly cried out involuntarily just as Xiao Yan was about to turn around. Hearing this, Xiao Yan, who had just turned around, was slightly taken aback. He raised his eyebrows slightly and then slowly turned around, looking at Jin Yao with a puzzled expression. No matter what, you must come back. Jin Yao's pretty face flushed red. She did not expect that she would cry out. However, since things had already developed to this point, she could only blush and say the words in her heart. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Soon after, he nodded and smiled. His gaze swept across the two elders beside him as a glint flitted across the depths of his eyes. At the same time, the Dongchuan duo also nodded their heads in understanding. Only then did Xiao Yan turn around, the tip of his foot gently pushing off the air. With a leap, his figure instantly transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt as he flew towards the western horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared before the trio's eyes. In the sky above Yan City, three figures gazed in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Even though that black figure had already disappeared into the horizon, the three of them were still standing in the sky in a daze as they sent off Xiao Yan with their eyes. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Yan did not stop at all. It could be said that he did not stop at all. According to Xiao Yan's words, traveling was a method of training. He was only using his greatest ability to display this method as much as possible. On one hand, it was to hasten the journey. On the other hand, it was to train himself and to condense the dou qi in his body. When he reached Yan City, he was already not too far away from Shahapu. Of course, this was a straight distance. Under the condition that he did not change his course, Xiao Yan would be able to successfully reach Shahapu in approximately 3 days. However, the first problem in front of him was the battle sect. Within the Shilin region, the western region near Shahapu was the territory of the battle sect. In other words, if Xiao Yan wanted to reach Shahapu, he would first have to pass through the battle sect's territory. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan would have to choose to take a detour. In that way, the time he would have to use would be delayed by a week. This would naturally delay the time that Xiao Yan needed to reach the Western Wasteland region. However, as of now, Xiao Yan's strength was no longer the same as before. If he wanted to pass through the battle sect's territory, he could just walk. With Xiao Yan's current speed, it was likely that even the sect leader, Wu Jitian, could not match up to him in the battle sect. 5 days after Xiao Yan left Yan City, he arrived at the battle sect's territory. Compared to the Sky Sword sect's territory, this place was not much different. However, as the area was gradually getting closer to the Western Wasteland region, it caused the environment to gradually become drier. One could see many people dressed in rough clothes on the streets. The temperature in the air had clearly increased. In this place, other than a few people who were strong enough, most people chose to wear fewer clothes. This would make them more comfortable. However, the change in temperature did not have much effect on Xiao Yan. With the protection of the heavenly flame, no matter how high the temperature was, it would be completely absorbed by his heavenly flame. To Xiao Yan, there was no difference as he walked through this land. Looking at the city below, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of stopping. His target was the Western Wasteland region. Along the way, he left all the cities far behind. This was also one of the reasons why he could reach the battle sect's territory so quickly. Swish! The sun high in the sky was like a flame, emitting an extremely hot temperature. The faces of the people on the ground were flushed red. The remaining clothes on their bodies were drenched in perspiration. Suddenly, a human figure flashed across the sky with a lightning-like speed. Soon after, a wave of strong wind attacked, causing the expressions of the people in the city below to change drastically. Such a large movement naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of strong people in the city. This was especially the case for some D-class experts. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw the frightening speed of this person. At the same time, an old man wearing yellow armor in a large hall to the west suddenly sensed Xiao Yan's existence. Although he was unable to find out where Xiao Yan's strength was due to the isolation of the black robe, the latter's frightening speed similarly caused people to not dare to be careless in their hearts. Seeing that the human figure was about to arrive in front of the large hall, the expression in the yellow-robed old man's turbid eyes suddenly became stern. The sect leader had just sent a message a day ago, instructing him to intercept anyone who came from the east with the intention of passing through the territory of the battle sect. Within a short day, he had already intercepted more than 10 people. At this moment, he had met another person. Although his heart was filled with suspicion, he did not dare to easily disobey the sect leader's words. On the other side, just as Xiao Yan was swiftly flying forward, the calm empty space 1,000 feet away suddenly rippled in all directions. Circular spatial ripples swiftly spread in all directions like waves. Soon after, an old man wearing a yellow robe slowly appeared in the empty space and blocked Xiao Yan's path. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, gradually slowed down. A coldness surged deep within his eyes. He immediately raised his eyes and faced the yellow-robed old man on the other side. "May I know who you are and why have you come to my battle sect?" Although the two of them were 1,000 feet apart, they could clearly see each other. The only thing that was lacking was that Xiao Yan's body was hidden under a large black robe, causing others to be unable to identify his true appearance. "Xiao Yan, please advise." Chapter 8:14. Swish. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and his entire body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the yellow-robed old man. The figure in the air suddenly twisted and a heavy whip kick, wrapped in the astral wind, carried a terrifying might that seemed to be able to cut through everything, and fiercely landed on the yellow-robed old man's head. Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of the people from the 4 major sects. Since both sides had already chosen to stand on opposite sides, Xiao Yan naturally did not need to show any mercy. Every move was aimed at taking a life. This kind of battle was the most cruel. Life or death, this was the law of life. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not hesitate to make a move against him, the expression on the old man's face could not help but instantly change. The dou qi in his body crazily surged. The moment the whip kick landed on the old man's head, the old man's body explosively retreated backwards. His hands reflexively blocked above his head, and the vigorous dou qi condensed into a dou qi shield, using it to block Xiao Yan's attack. Bang! Although the old man's reaction was not slow, in the face of Xiao Yan's sky extinction step, which could be said to be a terrifying agility dou skill, his speed still seemed to be a little slower. In the end, Xiao Yan's attack heavily landed between the old man's arms. The shield condensed from dou qi could only block for a short moment before it broke. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's leg that was filled with power heavily bombarded the old man's arm. As the attack landed, the old man's body uncontrollably retreated backwards rapidly until he was 100 feet away. Only then did he stop in a sorry state. The old man's expression was grave as he lowered his head to look. He saw that the sleeves between his arms had been completely shattered in the collision just now. On each of his 2 skinny arms, there was a scarlet wound that could see blood. Although this old man had been caught off guard during the first collision, he was able to determine that the cultivation of Xiao Yan in front of him was likely not below his own based on this. Thinking of this, cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the old man's forehead. Recently, he had also heard about Xiao Yan. Ever since he knew that the people from the 4 major clans under the Heavenly Sword sect had disappeared together in the Shilin mountain range, his heart was filled with shock towards Xiao Yan. He had never seen such a person who was able to kill 7 dou experts with his own strength. This was simply inconceivable. However, now that he had seen Xiao Yan in front of him, he realized that Xiao Yan's strength was even stronger than his. Under such a comparison, the old man's heart gradually had an answer. You are Xiao Yan? Yes, I am. Following the words from the yellow-robed old man's mouth, Xiao Yan was expressionless as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the yellow-robed old man's expression was grave as he nodded. Immediately, he flipped his palm and a light flickered in his palm. The moment a white jade scroll appeared, it was crushed by the yellow-robed old man. At the same time, numerous figures swiftly shot over from the huge buildings below. In the blink of an eye, they were already suspended in the sky and stood side by side with the yellow-robed old man. They lined up and blocked Xiao Yan's path. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little when he saw this scene. His gaze swept over these people in front of him one by one. The corner of his mouth contained a slight smile. At this moment, there were a total of 9 elite Do-Di standing in front of Xiao Yan. Other than the yellow-robed old man who was an intermediate 6-star Do-Di, the rest of them were all 5-star Do-Di. The weakest among them was an initial 5-star Do-Di. There were even 2 advanced 5-star Do-Di. This kind of lineup was sufficient to sweep aside any ordinary faction in the western region. Even any of the 4 large sects would have to give in when faced with such a lineup. Your identity is special. How would our battle sect dare to slight you? We have already received orders from the sect leader. If we encounter Mr. Xiao Yan attempting to pass through our battle sect, we must stop you at this place no matter what. The yellow-robed, old man cupped his hands to Xiao Yan to express his respect. They had already thrown away their face by using numbers to bully such a strong person. He also did not wish to throw away the remaining face of his old self. Cuckoo, well said. Since it is the sect leader of the battle sect who has personally given the order, let them come. Coincidentally, I have just broken through to the 5-star Do-Di class and do not know where my limit is. Let me see it clearly. Do you plan to come one by one, or do you plan to come together? Xiao Yan raised his eyes. The smile from a moment ago no longer existed. A sharpness surged within his dark black eyes, giving people an extremely heavy pressure. Brat, how arrogant. You are merely an intermediate 5-star Do-Di. Allow me to deal with you. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when a strong old man from the group of 9 immediately stepped forward. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiao Yan. After the words were spat out from his mouth, a puff sound was heard. A crimson-yellow Do-Chi suddenly rose from the surface of his body. At the same time, the aura and pressure that belonged to an advanced 5-star Do-Di spread out from this old man's body. No wonder he was so overbearing. With the strength of an advanced 5-star Do-Di, an ordinary 5-star Do-Di was nothing in his eyes. However, the person he was currently facing was Xiao Yan. Ha! Soon after, the old man's body suddenly shook. At the same time that he clenched his fists tightly, his originally strong body also became a little taller at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the old man's height had already increased by hundreds of feet. Compared to the current Xiao Yan, their bodies were like an elephant and an ant. There was no way to compare them. Oh. Body training technique, huh? Seeing this, Xiao Yan gently raised his eyebrows. His tone was somewhat surprised as he spoke. Xiao Yan had indeed seen quite a number of experts who trained their physical bodies. However, the person in front of him was only the second person who was able to unleash the strength of his physical body to such an extent. The first person was naturally the chief of the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian. Xiao Yan, I heard that you are also a physical body cultivator. Unfortunately, it is ultimately difficult for you to achieve great things by splitting your attention into 3. We have focused on researching the strength of our physical bodies and have bitterly trained for hundreds of years. Today, the old me will let you experience the strength of our physical bodies. Following the change in his body size, the old man's voice also appeared to have an additional deep and overbearing tone. Each word that was spat out seemed to cause the entire place to tremble slightly. Such strength could really be described as terrifying. Cuckoo, in that case, please. Faced with the old man whose words were overbearing, Xiao Yan's reaction was much simpler. He stood sideways with his left hand behind his back. He merely extended his right hand with his palm facing upwards. From the looks of it, there was indeed some disdain. "You're courting death." Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, the old man was instantly enraged. After so many years, Xiao Yan was the first person who dared to treat him in such a manner. However, when the yellow-robed old man saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. From the previous exchange between him and Xiao Yan's true battle strength was definitely not inferior to his. If this burly old man dared to show any disdain towards Xiao Yan, the outcome would probably be very miserable. Unfortunately, just as the yellow-robed old man was thinking about this, a huge fist had already landed in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing the huge fist so close to him, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even wider. A dense white flame flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan extended his hand and clenched it toward the huge fist that was about to land. Almost at the same time, a huge palm with a clear outline was also agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. It grabbed the huge fist that was about to land in his hand. This palm, which still appeared somewhat illusionary, was clearly the body-tempering Do technique that Xiao Yan was gradually using. Strength Elephant Skill. Xiao Yan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. The wind that surged toward him automatically scattered before it reached him. The huge fist was restrained by the illusionary palm that was agglomerated from the Strength Elephant Skill. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's wrist suddenly rotated. Soon after, a palm was thrown out. At the same time, the body of the advanced 5-star Do D in front of him was also shaken until he repeatedly pulled back under Xiao Yan's palm. Chapter 8:15. The expression on the old man's face was both shocked and furious after he was forced back. He had never expected that he would actually be forced back by a little brat with his physical strength. This point really caused him to feel some disbelief. However, the truth was already placed in front of him. What could he do even if he was unwilling? Although the old man had the intention to attack, he was ultimately stopped by the 6-star Do D. Mr. Xiao Yan's strength is indeed as rumored. It cannot be judged by your cultivation level alone. If we want to know your strength, we can only obtain information from a fight. If the 9 of us were to attack you alone, it is likely that none of us would be able to subdue you. Therefore, do you plan to attack together? Xiao Yan smiled faintly and did not mind. This point was completely within his expectations. After all, it was just as this old man had said. With the strength of these 9 people, none of them would be able to defeat Xiao Yan alone if they were to attack him alone. The only way was to cooperate with each other and attack Xiao Yan together. Formation, 6 light star. Suddenly, the yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. Immediately, the 8 people beside him immediately obeyed the order. Each of them moved, transforming into rays of light that swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan. The 9 of them were divided into 2 layers. The outermost layer was led by 6 people. Each of them occupied a side and surrounded Xiao Yan in the form of a 6 light star. There were 3 people among the 6 people. They were the 6-star Do D level yellow-robed old man and the other 2 late-stage 5-star Do D level experts. There were 2 elite Do D standing dozens of feet behind these 3 people. They were constantly protecting the safety of the former. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of such a strange formation. His gaze swept over the 3 people around him. He gently clenched his hand and the enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white flame immediately climbed onto it, preparing to deal with the attacks of the 3 people around him at any moment. Attack! The yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. At this moment, the other 2 people also simultaneously mobilized the Do Qi in their bodies. With a clench of their hands, their weapons immediately appeared in their palms. Their bodies shook and the 3 of them transformed into rays of light that rapidly charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held the huge ruler in his hand. The turbulent and surging spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out at this moment. In an instant, the movements of the three people in Xiao Yan's mind had become much slower. This also allowed Xiao Yan to have the time to react. Xiao Yan did not show any mercy as he waved the enormous ruler. By relying on the overbearingness of the Force Elephant's skill, Xiao Yan was able to easily tear the empty space apart each time he waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The powerful strength was able to bring about a pressure despite being a great distance away. Faced with Xiao Yan's overbearing attack, the three of them did not dodge. Each of them waved the weapons in their hands and heavily collided with Xiao Yan's huge ruler. Clang! After the attack, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. He quickly retreated a few steps and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Xiao Yan only felt that the moment he collided with the other party, whether it was him or the surface of the weapon in his hand, there was a layer of invisible shield that protected them. Most of the power of Xiao Yan's attack was offset by that layer of invisible shield. Could this be the hexagram array that they were talking about? Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. No wonder the three of them did not dodge his attack. It turned out that there was a reason. Qi. Just as Xiao Yan was thinking about this, the other two people on his left and right also brandished their weapons and slashed at him. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only temporarily choose to retreat. He brandished the huge ruler and blocked all the attacks of the three people. Xiao Yan's footsteps also kept retreating. In the end, he was actually blocked in an extremely narrow circle by the three people in front of him, causing him to be unable to advance or retreat. Damn it, I was careless. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. He did not expect these 9 people to have some ability. The two of them each protected one person, creating a protective shield that blocked the opponent's attacks to the greatest extent. As for the 3 people in the formation, they attacked the same person from different directions. In this way, they could attack and defend at the same time. It would be difficult for the opponent to break through the formation. Looking at the current situation, this was indeed the case. Xiao Yan's attack was blocked to the greatest extent. However, Xiao Yan was unable to treat the other party's attack as nothing. After all, these people were 5-star Do D and 6-star Do D. Their fighting strength was already extraordinary. If Xiao Yan relied on his own fighting strength, he would be able to fight against them. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to be careful. 6-joint body flowing ruler. Helpless, Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. The 6-joint body flowing ruler was displayed. Dense white flames followed the huge ruler's movements and turned into lines of fire on Xiao Yan's divine boat. In just a few breaths' time, countless lines of fire joined together. It was like an inverted bowl, firmly protecting Xiao Yan within it. The attacks of the 3 people were also temporarily blocked because of this. A joy involuntarily surfaced in the hearts of the 3 people around him when they saw this manner of Xiao Yan. This 6-light star formation was the sect-guarding treasure of their battle sect. It had helped them block quite a number of enemies. It was unexpected that it was actually able to have such a miraculous effect when facing Xiao Yan. The 6 people behind him had all practiced the top chi methods of the battle sect. They were able to merge the do chi of 2 people together, causing it to become even stronger. The 6-light star formation's function was to merge the do chi of the 6 people once again. Combining 6 into 1, its strength would be multiplied. To the outside world, its strength would be multiplied. It was likely that even a 7-star Do D would have to avoid the Do Chi that was displayed by the combined strength of the 6 people. Unfortunately, the degree of cooperation between the 6 of them was far from reaching that level. Hence, they could only use this kind of defensive method at this moment. Even though this was the case, the result that they obtained was still extremely obvious. In the air, the 6 elite Do D faced each other. The Do Chi within the vortex within their bodies wildly surged out and wrapped around the 3 people in the arena. This caused all of Xiao Yan's attacks to be blocked. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared like a tortoise hiding in its shell. He did not dare to extend his head even a little, afraid that he would be killed by the sharp blade. On the other hand, the attacks from the hands of the 3 elite Do D became increasingly sharp. From the looks of it, it seemed that Xiao Yan's six-joint body-flowing ruler would be broken under their attacks soon. However, compared to the little excitement in the hearts of the three people, Xiao Yan, who was currently wrapped by the ruler's shadow, gradually became calm. Chapter 8:16. It must be said that this time around, Xiao Yan had indeed overestimated himself. However, it was also because of this that he realized his own inadequacies. Xiao Yan was still far from being able to rely on his own strength to face the strength of an entire sect. If he were to really challenge any of the four large sects with his current strength, his outcome would not be good. Fortunately, however, he did not do so. In this kind of situation, if Xiao Yan were to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm, he would naturally be able to break the formation of these 9 people. However, the troublesome thing was that the Great Heaven Creation Palm required a period of time to be unleashed. However, Xiao Yan was currently being held back by 3 elite Do Di. He did not have any extra time to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Additionally, these 3 people were joining hands to suppress him. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have long since been defeated by the combined attacks of 3 high-class elite Do Di. Hence, Xiao Yan could only be forced to be restrained by others for a short period of time. Xiao Yan was miserably blocking the attacks of the 3 people surrounding him in the air. The huge ruler was flipped and numerous dense white lines of fire agglomerated around Xiao Yan's body. The numerous lines of fire stacked and pieced together, forming a fire barrier. It was just like an inverted bowl that barely blocked the attacks of the 3 people around Xiao Yan. Clang 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 clang, this kind of fierce attack continued for a long time. However, with Xiao Yan's strong fortress-like defense, the 3 of them were unable to break it within a short period of time despite their strength. This involuntarily caused the 3 elite Do Dis to knit their brows tightly together. With the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's defensive strength was extremely frightening. No matter what tactics the 3 of them used, they were unable to truly break through Xiao Yan's defense. Moreover, the heavenly flame itself possessed an extremely frightening destructive strength. Each time they attacked, their weapons would be stained with some flames. As time passed, the energy film that covered the 3 of them became increasingly weak. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that they would have lost this layer of defensive strength before the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body was completely exhausted. We can't drag this out any longer. We have to end this quickly. The yellow-robed, old man warned in a solemn voice. At the same time, the other 2 advanced 5-star Do Di also nodded heavily. Even the 6 elite Do Di behind them also exchanged glances with one another. A thought passed through their minds and the Do Qi within the vortex within their bodies began to wildly surge. Wave after wave of enormous pure Do Qi surged out from the vortex space. It followed the Qi method's route and swiftly circulated once before shooting out from the palms of the few of them. The powerful Do Qi strengthened the energy film that covered the surface of the bodies of the 3 elite Do Di. At the same time, the 3 of them also launched an even more ferocious attack toward Xiao Yan. The weapons in the hands of the 3 of them repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier. Flames shot out and the empty space shook. Circular invisible ripples continued to spread in all directions. Numerous deafening loud noises also sounded one after another. It was just like a wave of thunder, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble upon hearing it. Under the flames, countless number of ruler shadows flew out and blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Xiao Yan, who was in the middle, had his eyes gently shut at this moment. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. After nearly 2 hours of intense collisions, Xiao Yan also discovered that although this so-called 6 light star formation possessed an extraordinary defensive ability and was able to provide an extremely strong defense for the 3 people within the formation, at the same time, the 6 of them had used all of their Do Qi to protect the 3 people in front of them. This caused the 6 of them to basically lose all of their means to protect their lives. In this kind of situation, if anything were to happen to the 6 of them, this 6 light star formation would also be broken. Of course, under normal circumstances, with the combined attacks of 3 elite Do Di, the people who were surrounded would naturally be unable to launch an attack on the 6 of them. However, The target of their encirclement this time around was Xiao Yan. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. His gently shut eyes also slowly opened at this moment. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. With the help of the six-joint body-flowing ruler to block, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Waves of dark black energy light spots gradually appeared in the empty space and swiftly agglomerated into a dark black tent behind Xiao Yan. This was undoubtedly the Great Way of the Void. Chi. Xiao Yan was distracted and naturally neglected the defense of the six-joint body-flowing ruler. Immediately, the attacks of the three elite Dodi around him abruptly advanced by quite a lot. The fire barrier that the six-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated also swiftly weakened. It was even possible to vaguely see some of the scenes within. Haha, this fellow is about to be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this manner, the strong old man, who had been Xiao Yan's opponent earlier, immediately laughed wildly. His attacks became much more vicious. This thought also rose in the hearts of the other two beside him. Unknowingly, the attacks of the three of them had become even sharper. Each of their attacks was vicious. It seemed that they could not wait to shatter this heavenly flame barrier. However, that six-star Dodi could vaguely see that there was a black figure under the barrier that was separated from Xiao Yan's body. What is this? The old man's heart tightened slightly. He wanted to warn the two people beside him. However, it was also at this moment that the fire barrier that the six-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated suddenly shattered under the combined attacks of the three of them. A countless number of ruler's shadows were instantly turned into fragments. The sight of the three of them also became clear at this moment. Through the fragments of the ruler's shadows, the three of them could clearly see that a black tent that appeared like a wormhole was standing at the spot where Xiao Yan was originally standing. At the same time, they also clearly saw that a corner of Xiao Yan's black robe had entered the dark black tent when the ruler's shadows were broken. In an instant, a faint spatial ripple was lifted around the tent. The expressions of the three of them also stiffened at this moment. Bang! Soon after, before the three of them could recover, the muffled sound of a heavy object colliding with a human body suddenly sounded. Only then did the minds of the three of them suddenly shake. By the time they recovered, they were just about to turn around and rescue the six people when a black figure suddenly charged toward them. The three of them were startled. They basically reflexively sent the black figure that was charging toward them flying with a blow. They immediately focused their eyes and took a look. Only then did they angrily discover that the black figure that they had sent flying was actually one of the 6 5-star Dodi. However, at this moment, he had first received a heavy blow from Xiao Yan. Now, he had been injured by one of his own. Although he did not die, he was already close to being seriously injured. Damn it, why is this fellow? Bang bang bang. However, just as the three of them had recovered, a series of explosive sounds resounded beside their ears. Immediately, numerous black figures shot toward the three of them at a strange speed. At this moment, the three of them no longer dared to randomly injure others. They received the few of them one by one. However, when it was the last person's turn, Xiao Yan withdrew the heavy Xian ruler. The expression on his face had also become unusually cold. Although he was not afraid of this 6-star formation, the existence of this battle formation was ultimately a problem. If Xiao Yan wanted to break this battle formation, the best method now was to kill one of the 6 people, causing them to be unable to form the 6-star formation. In this way, this battle formation would collapse on its own without being attacked and would no longer be able to do anything. With a flip of his right hand, Xiao Yan opened his palm. Taking advantage of the instant when the 5-star Dodi recovered, his palm heavily landed on the latter's chest. Heart-shattering palm. When the palm landed, the latter's body immediately shot backward uncontrollably. The human figure flew through the empty air and drew a beautiful parabola. At the same time, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from the latter's mouth. It was like a rain of blood that poured down. Seeing the human figure flying over, the expressions of the 3 people behind changed slightly. They were just about to step forward and catch him when Xiao Yan's raised right hand suddenly tightened. Explode! A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, the chest of the elite Do Di who flew backwards suddenly exploded. Fresh blood spurted out. His entire physical body and even his soul were completely destroyed by this palm of Xiao Yan's. He could be said to be completely dead. Chapter 8:17. Xiao Yan only used an instant to finish off these 6 people. With the great way of the void in front, Xiao Yan did not need to pause at all. At the same time that he finished off one person, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared beside another person. Now that the 3 elite Do Di had completely recovered, the only people who were still standing steadily in the air were the 3 of them and Xiao Yan. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? The 3 of them were incomparably shocked in their hearts. No matter how they thought about it, they had never imagined that the 6 light star formation that they were most proud of would actually be broken by Xiao Yan so quickly. This was really shocking. On the other side, Xiao Yan coldly smiled when he heard this. This 6 light star formation was indeed extraordinary. However, in front of his great way of the void, it was full of loopholes. The 3 of you, do you still intend to continue? Xiao Yan crossed his hands in front of his chest and revealed a smile as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and 2 more tents were agglomerated in the air beside him. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of the Great Way. At a glance, they recognized the tents that Xiao Yan had displayed. However, it was also because of this that the 3 of them, who were originally quite afraid of Xiao Yan, did not dare to act rashly at this moment. They had personally seen the 6 5-star Do Di fall one by one in front of Xiao Yan. One of them had even died here because of him. In today's battle, their battle sect could be said to have been completely defeated. If they continued to be entangled like this, they could not guarantee what the outcome would be. If they were to accidentally throw themselves into the battle, that kind of outcome was something that they would not be able to accept. What should we do now? At this moment, that strong-looking old man also knit his brows tightly as he threw his gaze toward that 6-star Do Di. The sect leader was not present. Currently, only the latter could give orders. With the current situation of the battle, whether or not they should attack was entirely up to the latter to decide. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old man's frown deepened. The expression on his old face was as gloomy as water. His breathing had also become incomparably heavy. Xiao Yan's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had expected. Previously, the 9 of them were unable to defeat Xiao Yan even when they joined forces. Moreover, the latter had already broken through their 6-pointed star array. It would be even more difficult to suppress him. Now that he thought about it, he could only let Xiao Yan leave. Grand Elder, why don't we mobilize the rest of the sect and combine our strength? We'll definitely be able to stop Xiao Yan here. When the time comes, we'll just have to wait for the sect master to return. No. Before the words of the other 5-star Do Di sounded, the yellow-robed old man revealed a dignified expression as he denied it. The entire sect's strength? You want my battle sect to use the entire sect to stop Xiao Yan alone? Even the 9 of us Do Di were unable to trap him. Do you think that with the strength of our entire sect, we would be able to successfully stop him with just our numbers? I think that you have become muddle-headed. The yellow-robed old man reprimanded. That person hurriedly shut his mouth when he heard this. He did not dare to say anything else. Let him leave. It was a long while later before the yellow-robed old man's face was gloomy as he spat out these words with great unwillingness. Grand Elder, but if the sect master returns, let's do it this way. I'll talk to the sect master. But now, we can't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. If we're not even willing to protect our own disciples, then are we still worthy of being elders? If the sect wants to prosper, us teachers are the most important part. We cannot lose the big picture for the small. The yellow-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he spoke with a deep expression. After hearing these words, the 2 old men beside him immediately revealed ashamed expressions. Over the years, although they were in the upper echelons of the sect, they indeed did not manage any affairs. As they grew older, they naturally enjoyed more leisure and even slacked off on their cultivation. As for the disciples in the sect, they could not be bothered with them at all. In their hearts, they did not care about their lives at all. They only felt that they were in the upper echelons of the sect and should be treated with respect by everyone. Only at this moment, after the words of the yellow-robed old man sounded, did they suddenly realize that the foundation of the sect was originally those disciples. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed worthy of being a dragon among men. After seeing you today, the old me also admires you greatly. Unfortunately, our positions are different and we are destined to be unable to be friends. Today's battle was lost at the combat sect. Mister, please go ahead. After musing for a moment, the yellow-robed old man once again turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a smile. Finally, he opened up a path for Xiao Yan in front of the two people beside him. Although the two of them were extremely unwilling, they finally moved aside when they saw the stern expression on the Grand Elder's face. Cuckoo, looks like you are also a reasonable person. Since this is the case, I will thank you first. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands together and returned the greeting. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. The latter had a friendly appearance and Xiao Yan could not add insult to it. Although Xiao Yan's attack was vicious in the battle earlier, the combat sect still had the desire to kill Xiao Yan here. If one were to really talk about it, both parties were about the same. It was the pot calling the kettle black. Xiao Yan's body slowly flew forward in front of the smiling eyes of the yellow-robed old man. He passed through the three of them and headed west. Just as Xiao Yan was about to pass by the three of them, the expression of the other five-star Dodi suddenly became fierce. He ignored the yellow-robed old man's words to stop him and suddenly launched an attack at Xiao Yan. Bang! However, just as this five-star Dodi was about to attack, a fist instantly smashed into his abdomen. Although no Do-Chi was used, that frightening force instantly scattered the Do-Chi agglomerated within the vortex of this five-star Dodi. His body also flew back by 100 steps uncontrollably. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with a flushed face. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. Cuckoo, looks like this elder of your esteemed sect does not wish for me to leave. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body had already returned to his original position. At a glance, it appeared as though he had never left that spot. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The expression on his face gradually became cold. His gaze shifted away from the five-star Dodi in the distance and looked at the yellow-robed old man. Feng Zirui. Come back immediately. The yellow-robed old man's expression was gloomy. His gaze instantly looked at the five-star Dodi as he cried out in a low and deep voice. The latter's heart immediately tightened when he heard this. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to launch such a sharp attack in that kind of situation just now. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to give Xiao Yan a heavy blow. He might even be able to keep the latter here. However, he did not expect that the ending would actually be like this. At this moment, the yellow-robed old man's heart was similarly filled with fury. In his heart, he thought, it would still be fine if this fellow had really injured Xiao Yan. However, from the looks of it, he did not even manage to gain the slightest advantage from his sneak attack. Was this not throwing away the face of his battle sect in front of so many people? His sneak attack had failed and he had even allowed the other party to turn the tables on him. If this matter were to spread, he would become a laughing stock. Mr. Xiao Yan, please go ahead. Turning his head around, the yellow-robed old man quickly withdrew his emotions. The body under the yellow robe trembled slightly, indicating that his heart was not calm at this moment. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. It was as though he did not care at all. With a turn of his body, he instantly used the heaven art under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three people. After that, the yellow-robed old man turned his extremely gloomy gaze toward Feng Zirui. The expression on his old face was so gloomy that it was frightening. If he had the ability, he really wished that he could slap this fellow to death here. However, at this moment, what could he do to him? He was after all an elder of the sect. Ah! After letting out a long sigh, the yellow-robed old man waved his sleeves violently. He could only helplessly turn his head and leave. Chapter 8:18. 2 days later, at the border between the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands region. Looking down from high up in the sky, yellow sand was densely packed. Sand and dust flew in the air under the desolate wind, causing sand and rocks to fly, causing one's breathing to become sluggish. Looking towards the west, one could only see an endless desolate desert. This stretch of yellow sand did not have any signs of life. Looking back, one could only see a stretch of verdant green at the end of one's line of sight, separating the yellow sand from the world there. Looking directly below, one could see a dilapidated ancient city sitting in the middle of the yellow sand. In this vast desert, the appearance of this ancient city was extremely conspicuous. Even though this city was also yellow, at least the human flow within it could always bring a glimmer of hope to those who were lost in the desert. Even though this city was located in the middle of the desert, the degree of prosperity within it was not inferior to some of the large cities in the Shilin region. At the very least, just from the human flow, the degree of prosperity of this city was likely something that even Xian City could not compare with. The city walls were dilapidated, and the wind and sand rushed into the city from the outside like a group of bandits, wildly wreaking havoc in the city. Unfortunately, the people in the city turned a blind eye to this as they continued to walk on their own. The clothes of the people in the city appeared to be rather valiant. The men were basically bare-chested, and all of them had bronze skin. Their bodies were well-built, and when the wind and sand blew over, it could even emit extremely soft collision sounds when it hit their bodies. It was as if they had collided with a rock, and were forcefully repelled away. Even the women in the city were bold and unrestrained. Their characters were especially boorish, and they only wore short clothes that covered the important parts of their bodies, making them look extremely eye-catching. However, since they were able to walk in this place, these women were naturally not flower vases. Anyone who saw them would be somewhat fearful. Hence, although there were quite a number of experts in this city, and the number of domineering people who were usually uncountable, the order in this place was much better than what most people imagined in their hearts. The human flow in the city was not considered crowded, and it was even extremely loose. The reason why it was said to be bustling was because of the flow of people here. Every time someone entered the city, there would be someone leaving at the same time. Often, this cycle would repeat, causing the entire city to always be in a relatively balanced state. This was something that other cities could not compare to, and it was also this point that made this city bustling. Is this Sand River shop? Xiao Yan's gaze descended from high up in the sky. It slowly swept over the noisy city below. His eyes, which had already turned dark black, involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Within this short period of time, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, there were actually no less than 10 elite Do-Di presences within this Sand River shop. The strongest among them had actually reached the strength of a 7-star Do-Di. When Xiao Yan's spiritual strength probed, the latter seemed to have discovered his existence. It is indeed worthy of being an important passageway that connects the Shilin region and the Western Wasteland region. There are really quite a number of strong people here. Xiao Yan involuntarily smacked his lips. His heart also involuntarily sighed. Just these 10 elite Do-Di alone would be able to form a powerful faction within the Shilin region. The western region was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiao Yan's body moved. He ceased hesitating. Since he had already come, he naturally wanted to experience the bustling Sand River shop. At the same time, at a certain spot in the city below, a black-robed old man with an amiable face could not help but frown slightly. A surprise involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. Who is this little fellow? He has actually already become a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age. Even his cultivation has advanced at the same time, reaching the 5-star Do-Di level. Hiss, why have I never heard of such a person in the western region? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body had already landed in the Sand River shop below. Standing in the middle of the street, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a long black robe, immediately attracted the somewhat strange gazes of the passers-by on the street. The weather in this area had already become extremely dry and hot. The high temperature in the air was not something that an ordinary person could easily endure. Even these passers-by who were hurrying along were constantly exhausting the qi in their bodies to resist the high temperature of the world despite their appearances not changing. Even some of the fire affinity practitioners were similarly frowning slightly as perspiration surfaced on their foreheads. However, looking at Xiao Yan's current state, not only was he wearing a black robe that covered his entire body under the black robe, but there was also such a high temperature above his head, not even a trace of perspiration could be seen on his face. This was really difficult to imagine. Just how did he do it? Xiao Yan could only quietly laugh in his heart at this. He could not possibly tell them that he possessed a divine object like the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was the hottest flame in this world. With it around, this little bit of temperature had long been ignored by Xiao Yan. How could it affect him? Xiao Yan gently shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved as he walked along the street in front of him. He aimlessly walked forward. His gaze swept over the shops on both sides. Xiao Yan appeared to be deep in thought. After hurrying for a few days, Xiao Yan planned to rest here for a night and purchase a map of the Western Wastelands. After all, the Western Wastelands was a vast desert. Without the guidance of a map, Xiao Yan did not think that he would be able to easily enter and exit it. When he thought of the map, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily recalled the scene back then in the Tager Desert. Back then, Xiao Yan had met Hai Budong for the first time in that place. At the same time, it was also because he had purchased the map that Xiao Yan had found one of the map fragments left behind by the purifying demonic Lotus Saint. However, he did not know if he would be as lucky as he was back then this time around. Some anticipation involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. It seemed that there was a fortuitous encounter waiting for him in an inconspicuous small dilapidated house in front of him. Of course, there were very few coincidental fortuitous encounters in this world. Take Xiao Yan for example. After swiftly passing through a couple of streets with excitement in his heart, he ultimately did not find any fortuitous encounter. This kind of result caused Xiao Yan to mock himself. It was because he was too obsessed with the so-called fortuitous encounter that things would go in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment would be. Fortunately, Xiao Yan clearly understood this logic in his heart. He mocked himself and shook his head. Xiao Yan faced the sky and let out a long sigh. He involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly saw 4 blurry black figures swiftly flying over from the eastern sky. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly trembled when he saw these 4 black figures. In an instant, an extremely great pressure surged into Xiao Yan's heart. The qi within the vortex within his body also quietly surged at this moment. It swiftly flowed into the qi paths within his body. After circulating a couple of times, it agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm. A dense white flame fiercely rose deep within his eyes. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also became solemn because of this. From the looks of it, the matter today would not only not bring him any surprise, but would instead bring him endless shock. At the same time, the black-robed old man at a certain spot in the city also raised his eyebrows in surprise. His turbid eyes instantly looked towards the location of the 4 people in the east. Why have they come here? Chapter 8:19. Western Region, Shahi Pai. At this moment, Xiao Yan was raising his head with a solemn expression on a street where there were fewer people in the city. His gaze stared intently at the eastern sky where 4 black figures were swiftly growing larger. Within a short couple of breaths, the appearance of the few black figures gradually became clear. The person leading them was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. He held a 7-foot-long golden walking stick in his hand. This person's entire body was emitting a golden light, appearing just like a sun in the sky. Fortunately, this sun did not emit a frighteningly high temperature. On his right was a burly, dark-skinned old man wearing armor. The old man's face was ferocious, causing one to not dare to look directly at him. The muscles all over his body gave one an extremely impactful visual experience. The invisible overbearing aura that was emitted from him caused one to tremble with fear. It was as though this empty space would be shattered by him if one was careless. It was quite shocking. On the right was a skinny old man who was also wearing a golden robe. His eyes were sharp. His sharp eyes appeared as though they were about to cut the empty space apart. The invisible aura that was emitted from him shot to the sky. It was just like a treasure sword that stood between the sky and the earth, incomparably sharp. The person on the right was an old man in a linen robe. His face appeared quite amiable when compared to the other three, causing one to feel a kind of amiable feeling at first glance. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with a kind expression. He was just like an old grandfather who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, since he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three people beside him, no one would think that he was an ordinary old man. These four people were the sect leaders of the four large sects of the western region. From left to right, they were Qin Zhen from the God-refining sect, Wu Jitian from the Battle Marshal sect, Jian Ming from the Sky Sword sect, and Yi Luo Tian from the Withered Leaf sect. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt startled at the sudden arrival of these four people. He had indeed thought that these few fellows would chase after him. However, he did not expect them to reach this place so quickly. It seemed that these four clans had already been alerted by his breakthrough to the 5-star Do D class. Xiao Yan's swift growth caused the four large sects to feel an unprecedented pressure. Once Xiao Yan truly grew, his cultivation would be at the same level as theirs. At that time, it was likely that even if the four large sects joined hands, they would have difficulty dealing with Xiao Yan. Therefore, they needed to completely eliminate him before the storm arrived. At this point, the four great sects could no longer care about their reputation. If they could not deal with Xiao Yan, not to mention their reputation, it was hard to say if there would still be a place for them in the western region in the future. How could they continue to remain silent? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in Xiao Yan's hand. The tip of the ruler fell and emitted a chi sound of breaking air. Finally, the moment the huge ruler landed, it left behind an enormous deep pit on the street. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's body suddenly rushed high into the sky. He transformed into a dark black ray of light. When his body came to a stop, he had already appeared opposite of the four people. The faces of these four people did not reveal any surprise at Xiao Yan's appearance. This seemed to be within their expectations. After all, they had already noticed the latter's existence when Xiao Yan had discovered them. Xiao Yan did not have any possibility of escaping in the face of four elite Do D-class experts. Stepping forward to fight was perhaps his best route of retreat. For sect leaders, how have you been? Xiao Yan's expression was ice-cold as he stood high in the sky. The huge ruler in his hand rotated slightly. The huge ruler was swung horizontally until it was level with Xiao Yan's arm. Immediately, a puff sound was heard as a fierce thick white flame rose from the huge ruler. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept over the four people in front of him. When it flashed past Yi Luo Tian, his eyes involuntarily paused. Others might not know, but he clearly understood that on the surface, Yi Luo Tian appeared to be the weakest amongst the four. However, Xiao Yan understood that if they were to truly fight, it was likely that Yi Luo Tian's strength would shock everyone present. A light flickered deep within Yi Luo Tian's shady old eyes when he saw Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over. However, he subconsciously dodged it. Only when they sensed this did the three beside him ignore him. The other three sects also held some doubts in their hearts when it came to Yi Luo Tian. After all, as one of the four great sects, the Withered Leaf sect was not as imposing and overbearing as the other three sections. They usually acted as if they were a good person. Everyone involuntarily thought in their hearts, could such a sect really stand among the four great sects? However, the truth was often like this, and it surpassed everyone's expectations. However, it was also because of this that the other three of the four great sects, although they were filled with disdain toward the Withered Leaf sect, at the same time, they were more or less afraid of them. At times, the truly frightening thing was not necessarily the powerful strength that had already been revealed. Often, it was those who appeared ordinary but were filled with mystery, just like the Withered Leaf sect. Perhaps it was because of this that the three great sects did not dare to make a move against the Withered Leaf sect. Otherwise, with such a large piece of cake in front of them, they would have long fought over it. Xiao Yan, it is likely that we have not met for over 10 years since the last time we parted. The first to speak was Chen Zhen from the Refinement sect. Amongst the four great sects, the Refinement sect was the strongest. Hence, when the four great sects joined forces, the Refinement sect would be in charge of everything. After so many years, the four of you have indeed not forgotten about my sky extinction steps. Xiao Yan parted his mouth into a cold smile. His feet moved while the words were spat out from his mouth. The sky extinction steps was unleashed. In an instant, the black-robed Xiao Yan's body rushed forward by over 1,000 feet. When they saw Xiao Yan's frightening speed, even the four great sect leaders could not help but secretly feel shocked in their hearts. With the growth of his strength, the advantage in terms of speed had also become increasingly obvious after he had practiced the sky extinction steps. The current Xiao Yan's strength was merely that of a 5-star Do D. However, even so, his speed was still a little faster than the four of them. Just this point alone was enough to show how frightening the sky extinction steps was. Xiao Yan, your speed is indeed frightening. However, you should also clearly understand that the people standing in front of you are the sect leaders of the four great sections. If it was one-on-one, you might have some ability to retaliate. However, in front of the four of us, do you think that you will be able to escape even if you have the sky extinction steps? Seeing Xiao Yan's sudden eruption of frightening speed, Chen Zhen clearly understood in his heart that Xiao Yan was merely borrowing the terror of the sky extinction steps to intimidate the four of them. Unfortunately, he had lived for so many years. Chen Zhen was also a shrewd old man. He had seen through Xiao Yan's intention at a glance. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but sink a little. Both of his eyes narrowed. Only then did he speak. Looks like the four of you are planning to join forces to deal with me just like back then. I am really honored. Don't say such useless things. Since we have come to find you, we are naturally prepared to join forces. No matter what you say today, you must hand over the sky extinction steps. Chen Zhen once again sneered. His words that were filled with ridicule fell. At the same time, the golden walking stick in his hand heavily knocked on the invisible space. Immediately, a circle of golden light swiftly spread out from the bottom of the walking stick. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the entire sky above the Sand River. Moreover, it condensed into a huge formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yan, this large formation is something that this old man has personally prepared for you. Today, even if you have the sky extinction steps, you are destined to be unable to escape. Chapter 820. Xiao Yan's heart sank when he saw the rapidly spreading golden light under his feet. Numerous mysterious symbols were gradually becoming clearer within the golden light. The Do Qi in his body began to circulate wildly as he waved the giant ruler in his hand in an attempt to retreat. However, it was also at this moment that 4 streams of light swiftly shot over from Xiao Yan's side. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Xiao Yan. The 4 of them had surrounded Xiao Yan in an encirclement. The entire sky above Shahi Pai had already become their encirclement. Xiao Yan, I advise you to obediently leave with us. It will save you the trouble of putting up a pointless struggle. That will only cause you to send yourself to a dead end. Chen Zhen gripped the golden staff in his hand as he spoke in a deep voice with a dignified expression. At the same time, the other 3 also released their pressuring auras and pressured Xiao Yan in an attempt to intimidate Xiao Yan's heart. Sect leader Chen's words are a little laughable. Don't tell me that my current predicament is not because of your actions. What dead end? I'm afraid that you have no intention of giving me a way out. Since you wish to attack, why waste your breath? Just come at me directly. I will gladly accept your challenge. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. During all these years, the 4 large sects had never given up on investigating him. Xiao Yan did not believe that they would let him off after obtaining the sky extinction steps. This was especially the case for this old bastard Yi Luo Tian. He acted one way on the surface and another behind his back, causing others to feel that he was extremely dangerous. If Leng Bingshuang had not intervened in time back at the Shilin mountain range, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already lost his life. Forget about the latter not letting him off, even Xiao Yan would not let Yi Luo Tian off. Additionally, there was also Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. These two fellows had nearly caused Luo Jin to meet with an accident back then. Xiao Yan had always kept this matter in his heart. As for Jian Ming, there was even less need to be said. In short, the current relationship between Xiao Yan and these four great sects had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unless these four great sects were completely removed from the western region, Xiao Yan would definitely not let this matter rest. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel troubled was that the four great sect leaders were gathered. Xiao Yan did not think that he had the ability to face four high-class Dodi alone. Currently, he could only think of a way to withdraw from this place. This was the most important thing. Attack. Capture him. Jian Ming let out a low cry. Xiao. Following this low cry, the other three nodded in unison. They exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, they prepared to attack Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held the huge ruler in his hand. A fierce flame covered it. The heavenly flame within his body also surged out wildly at this moment. It swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body. However, just as the four people around Xiao Yan were about to launch an attack at him, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. The hearts of the four people were startled when they saw this. They were just about to step forward. They paused in their original spot. After which, a black-robed old man with an amiable face appeared in front of the few of them in front of their gazes. The few people from the four great sects immediately frowned when they saw this old man appear. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on the badge on the chest of the old man. The faces of the four people instantly revealed an extremely ugly expression. That badge was the badge of an alchemist. If he was just an ordinary alchemist, it would naturally not be worth the four of them revealing such ugly expressions. However, at that moment, on the alchemist badge that this seemingly ordinary old man wore on his chest, there were 5 genuine-looking medicinal pills engraved on it. These 5 elixirs represented the identity of this old man. A rank 5 alchemist. Rank 5 alchemist. You are from the Alchemist Alliance? There is only one rank 5 alchemist in the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region. That is the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance. Therefore, you are the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. Chen Zhen and the other 3 people stared intently at the black-robed old man who had appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this moment. Their expressions were solemn as they spoke. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan, who was behind the old man, could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt extremely astonished in his heart. He had never met this old man in front of him before. Yet, the latter actually stood up for him. This caused one to feel suspicious. Cuckoo, I am really honored to be able to let the 4 sect leaders remember my name. Hearing this, the black-robed old man smiled faintly. His hand gently stroked his beard as his gaze swept over the 4 people in front of him. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan behind him. No wonder young friend is able to raise his Do Qi and alchemist skills to such a level at such a young age. It is actually Mr. Xiao Yan. Your great name is like thunder to the ears of the old me. Han Dong cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. The latter hurriedly returned the greeting upon seeing this. Junior Xiao Yan greets elder. The person in front of him was a rank 5 alchemist and was also the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. When facing him, even Xiao Yan had to withdraw his arrogant character. Cuckoo, young friend Xiao Yan need not stand on ceremony. The reason the old me has come this time around is to invite Mr. Xiao Yan to my Alchemist Alliance for a while. May I know what you think? Han Dong glanced at the 4 sect leaders from the corner of his eyes. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and smiled as he spoke. Hearing these words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was slightly stunned. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This old man was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. Why would he look for a 5-star dodi like him? Or could it be that he had taken a fancy to his alchemist skills? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He remembered that back in the southern region's savage ancient city, that rank 3 alchemist, Zhou Tai, had joined the Alchemist Alliance because he was a rank 3 alchemist. Back then, Zhou Tai had once told him that the Alchemist Alliance would take the initiative to invite some people with great alchemist talent to join the Alchemist Alliance. At the same time, it would increase his own strength and also provide an additional protective umbrella for the alchemists themselves. It was because of the Alchemist Alliance that Zhou Tai did not have to worry so much when he did things. At the same time, it also reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble for him. Currently, Xiao Yan was also in such a situation. The 4 large sects had joined hands and sealed off all of Xiao Yan's escape routes. If it was just him alone, it would be impossible for him to escape from their encirclement. However, Han Dong's appearance might be able to turn the situation around. With the Alchemist Alliance taking action, even the 4 large sects would have to think twice before taking action. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to block these 4 people. Currently, this was only the first time that Xiao Yan and Han Dong had met. Logically speaking, the latter would definitely not offend the 4 large sects because of him. If this was the case, it was likely that he could only rely on himself for today's matter. Mr. Xiao Yan need not worry too much. You can rest assured and leave these 4 to the old me. Appearing to have seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts, Han Dong smiled faintly. He turned his gaze and looked at the 4 people behind him. Chapter 8:21. A few silhouettes stood in the middle of the sandy river, where the wind and sand were flying high in the sky. Chairman Han, what do you mean by this? You should know that Xiao Yan is a person that our 4 large sects have named to capture. As the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, don't tell me that you wish to intervene in this matter? Chen Zhen's face was gloomy. The 4 of them had naturally heard Han Dong's words clearly. The latter's calm appearance simply showed that he did not put their 4 great sects in his eyes. How could they endure such a contemptuous attitude from the latter? As Chen Zhen's words fell, the other 3 people beside him also cast their gazes towards Han Dong. The expressions on their faces were also unusually gloomy. They had waited for this day for so long. Finally, they could capture Xiao Yan and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps. The Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb could also be opened. At that time, the 4 great sects would divide the natural treasures in the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, at this moment, Han Dong's sudden intervention had pushed Xiao Yan, the duck that was already cooked, away from them. The distance between them and the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb had also been pulled apart. This time, they were willing to accept it. For sect leaders, the reason why you have captured young friend Xiao Yan is none other than to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps on him and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Why must you bitterly force him and insist on killing him? Han Dong smiled and shook his head. He gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled faintly. Humph, he killed hundreds of people from my sect. Do you want me to just let this matter go? Jian Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with anger. The extremely powerful aura in his body was constantly surging at this moment. The invisible void was violently fluctuating. Sect leader Jian Ming's words are too ridiculous. The 4 great clans under your Sky Sword sect have tried to kill me several times. I only killed them to protect myself. Their deaths were brought upon by themselves. If you want to pursue the matter to the end, it seems to be because of the bounty issued by your 4 great sects. Xiao Yan crossed his arms over his chest when he heard Jian Ming's words. His face was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You! Jian Ming gritted his teeth. His old face was flushed red from anger, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch violently. Although he wanted to say something, he realized that he could not say anything. Vice Guild Leader Han, today's matter has nothing to do with the Alchemist Alliance. I hope that Vice Guild Leader can give us some face and not let a Tier 3 alchemist affect our relationship. Chen Zhen stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Dong. The tone of his voice was quite respectful. Although Han Dong was slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation, he was a true Class 5 alchemist when it came to alchemy. Even returnance experts, who were more powerful than him, would treat him with respect, so they obviously could not be careless. My Alchemist Alliance should not have interfered in today's matter, but Mr. Xiao Yan's accomplishments as an alchemist are the only one I have seen in so many years. You have become a Class 3 alchemist at such a young age, so I hope that we can invite Mr. Xiao Yan to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong once again turned around after his voice sounded. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he looked at Xiao Yan behind him. His eyes seemed to be telling Xiao Yan that as long as he joined the Alchemist Alliance, the former would be willing to help him block these 4 people. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed in his heart when he sensed the intention of the old man in front of him. Could the old man's actions be considered coercion and temptation? Of course, even if Han Dong did not do such a thing, Xiao Yan obviously would not turn down the Alchemist Alliance's invitation. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was directly related to the Pill Tower. It was a place that all the alchemists on the continent yearned to join. All the truly powerful alchemists on the Yuanwu continent gathered there. As an alchemist, being able to compete with them would be a great fortune without a doubt. As a result, Xiao Yan actually hoped that he would receive an invitation from the Alchemist Alliance one day. However, he had never thought that the person who would invite him would actually be the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. On the other side, the expressions in the eyes of the 4 sect leaders involuntarily hardened when they heard the words that were spat out from Han Dong's mouth. Although they had already guessed the reason why Han Dong had intervened for Xiao Yan, their hearts still felt incomparably shocked when they heard Han Dong personally say it. Xiao Yan's talent was actually able to move the people of the Alchemist Alliance. As the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance and a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong had personally stepped forward for Xiao Yan. Just based on this point, one could see how important Xiao Yan was to Han Dong. Indeed, such a young rank 3 alchemist was an extremely rare existence even in the central region, let alone the western region, which was a barren land on the continent. The fact that a rank 3 alchemist was born here proved that his ability was definitely not something that an ordinary rank 3 alchemist could compare with. Once Xiao Yan joined the Alchemist Alliance, his status would also change accordingly. At that time, Xiao Yan would represent the Alchemist Alliance and not just himself. With Han Dong in front, if Xiao Yan really agreed to join the Alchemist Alliance, wouldn't this mean that there would immediately be a huge monster behind Xiao Yan to protect him? Moreover, this monster's background was not the slightest bit inferior to their 4 great sects. Moreover, from a certain point of view, the Alchemist Alliance was even more powerful than their 4 great sects. Once both sides entered into a hostile relationship, they did not even have to think about the final outcome. Perhaps the words just now were not official enough. Now, I, Han Dong, as the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, formally invite Mr. Xiao Yan to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. His shriveled hand flipped in the air and a metal badge that was different from an ordinary alchemist badge appeared in Han Dong's palm. This is, Xiao Yan gently raised his eyebrows. This was a special badge that was issued by the Alchemist Alliance. Anyone who held this badge would receive the protection of the Alchemist Alliance. Even ordinary alchemists had to respectfully greet them when they saw them. This was a symbol of status and also a display of one's status. Mr. Xiao Yan, as long as you are willing to join our Alchemist Alliance, from now on, this badge will belong to you. At the same time, the Alchemist Alliance also has the obligation to protect your safety. After Han Dong's words sounded, his gaze turned and the expression in his eyes immediately became stern. His gaze swept across Chen Zhen and the other 3, as if he was intentionally warning them. When he heard these words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily moved. He hesitated for a moment. After which, under the resentful gazes of Chen Zhen and the other 3, he gently smiled and nodded, saying, "The Alchemist Alliance is the place that every alchemist yearns for." To be personally invited by the vice president, this junior feels incomparably honored. This junior is more than happy to join the Alchemist Alliance. Chapter 822. In the air, Han Dong held the specially made Alchemist Association Master Badge in midair. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows like a flood. When the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist gushed out, it caused the surrounding space to violently surge. The frightening pressure caused the few people present to reveal a serious expression. Even though Han Dong's cultivation was not as high as the four of them, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong could easily suppress any one of them in a one-on-one fight, except for Chen Jin. The invisible spiritual strength was like a raging wave that continuously rolled over and over. The invisible space was violently distorted under this spiritual strength, as though it was already on the verge of collapse. It was as though with just a small movement, this large area of space would instantly collapse. Sensing the strength of this spiritual strength, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, his heart could not help but be secretly shocked. Within his eyes, his pupils could not help but abruptly shrink to the size of a needle tip. As expected of a rank 5 alchemist. Such a powerful spiritual strength can really be said to be so frightening. His throat slightly rolled, Xiao Yan could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. At this moment, the old man also extended two bamboo-like shriveled fingers. With a thought, powerful spiritual strength immediately gathered at the old man's fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the invisible spiritual strength gradually agglomerated and turned into a sharp awl that appeared to be real. Han Dong concentrated on controlling the awl on his fingertips and stopped it at a position that was only an inch away from the alchemist badge. After which, his gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan, asking, "Little friend Xiao Yan, according to the rules of the Alchemist Alliance, this badge needs to be engraved with an alchemist's exclusive word. You can choose a word." Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. His eyes turned and he recalled the first time he met Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai's alchemist badge also had a word engraved on it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him and respectfully said, "Then, Vice President, please carve the word, Yan, for this junior." Xiao Yan was an alchemist and possessed a strange flame. His name was even connected to the word, fire. Naturally, it would be best to carve the word, flame, on his alchemist badge. Okay. Han Dong nodded. Immediately, he used two fingers to control the awl, which had almost condensed into substance, and began to engrave it on the alchemist badge. A short moment later, the old man finally handed over the alchemist badge to Xiao Yan. Seeing the bold and powerful, Yan, word carved on the badge, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily surfaced into a smile. From this moment onward, he could be considered to have officially joined the Alchemist Alliance. Unlike ordinary people, those who received invitations naturally had a higher status in the Alchemist Alliance than those who applied to join. Moreover, because of the person who invited them, these people often received better benefits in the Alchemist Alliance. This was also one of the reasons why many people wanted to join the Alchemist Alliance. Holding the badge in his hand, Xiao Yan wore a smile as he looked at the four people in front of him. At this moment, the faces of these four people appeared somewhat distorted and flushed red. Numerous gazes stared intently at Xiao Yan. If gazes could kill, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have died 1,000 times over. For sect leaders, is there anything else? Han Dong also turned his head and looked at the four people with a smile on his face. Previously, Xiao Yan was alone. However, now that he had joined the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong had a reason to act on his behalf. Although the four people in front of him had an extraordinary status, if they wanted to make a move against the people of the Alchemist Alliance, they would have to carefully consider it. Currently, Han Dong's existence was a huge threat to them. At this moment, they were certain that they would not be able to bring Xiao Yan away today, let alone kill him. Don't tell me that we have to leave with dirty faces? The four people thought of this point in their hearts. Their hearts were especially unwilling. A cooked duck had flown away from their mouths. This feeling was the most infuriating. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Goodbye. Seeing that the four people in front of him did not move, Han Dong immediately smiled. His eyes indicated to Xiao Yan beside him. The latter also smiled and nodded. The two of them moved together and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Just as Xiao Yan and the other person turned around and were about to leave, a low voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Immediately, the two of them paused. They looked at each other and frowned. Taking a deep breath, they turned around and looked at the four people behind them. Don't tell me that the four of you still have something to say? The vicious expression on Han Dong's old face was slightly gloomy. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked. President Han. Chen Zhen took a step forward. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the two people in front of him with a sharp gaze. At such a crucial moment, the person who spoke was indeed Chen Zhen. As the leader of the four great sects, only he would be able to make the three people beside him pay attention at such a moment. Seeing that Chen Zhen had spoken, the few people in the sky also looked at the latter. Xiao Yan also frowned slightly. He did not know what this fellow was thinking. Since Xiao Yan has already joined the Alchemist Alliance, if we continue to attack him, it would be insensible of us. However, you should also know that our four great sects have spent a lot of manpower and money for the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. If not for your appearance today, Xiao Yan and the Sky Extinction Steps would have become ours. So what are you trying to say? Han Dong narrowed his old eyes. His voice sounded a little low. Hearing this, the latter slightly focused. He clenched his teeth and continued. Now that Xiao Yan is already a member of the Alchemist Alliance, we cannot pursue the matter with him. However, at this point, Chen Zhen paused. His gaze turned and fixed on Xiao Yan. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. The three people beside him also seemed to have understood something. One by one, they also turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan is willing to hand the Sky Extinction Steps to us, we can let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. In the future, we will not be enemies with him. Xiao Yan's expression immediately became gloomy when these words were uttered. Han Dong by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. If you are unwilling, then President Han, today, our four great sects can only offend you. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, Chen Zhen's face turned cold. The aura within his body also gushed out at this moment. Instantly, a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 8:23. In the sky, the leaders of the four large sects each released the powerful aura within their bodies. Powerful Do Qi charged out from their bodies and shot to the sky, transforming into four Do Qi light pillars that shot into the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. The auras within the bodies of the four people combined in this empty space and became even stronger. They violently pressed down on Han Dong and Xiao Yan. Even though this wasn't a fatal attack, the terrifying pressure of this aura was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Humph. Seeing this scene, Han Dong immediately let out a cold snort. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength broke out from between his brows. It was like a long spear with a vast aura that forcefully blocked the pressure from these four people. Don't tell me that the four leaders really want to start a war with our Alchemist Alliance. Although he had used his own strength to block the aura and pressure of four high-class Do Di, Han Dong's expression was ugly. Fighting four people by himself was really too much of a stretch. Chairman Han, our four large sects have repeatedly given in because of you and the Alchemist Alliance. Now, we only hope to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. This does not seem to be too difficult. As long as Xiao Yan is willing to hand over the Sky Extinction Steps, our four large sects will immediately turn around and leave. However, if he does not hand it over, we will have to return dejectedly. Explanation? As the leaders, do you still need to give an explanation to the sect? Han Dong sneered. Chen Zhen's words were simply bullshit. As the dignified sect leader, why would he need to report everything to the sect? Since this is the case, Chairman Han, we can only offend you. No matter what happens today, Xiao Yan must hand over the Sky Extinction Steps. Soon after, Chen Zhen let out a loud cry. His eyes swiftly exchanged glances with the three people beside him. He immediately nodded heavily. His body shook and the dou qi within the vortex in his body surged out even more ferociously. Immediately, the auras that surged out from the bodies of the four of them became even more frightening. Within a short couple of breaths, Han Dong's spiritual pressure was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of the four of them. Under the combined efforts of four high-class dou di, the aura and pressure that was agglomerated was not something that Han Dong alone could easily resist. Buzz! It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who had been silent, suddenly moved. One could see a dense white flame light pillar being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. A shocking aura and pressure swept out from his body. At the same time, a somewhat illusionary enormous human figure swiftly stood behind Xiao Yan. His powerful strength, along with Han Dong's spiritual pressure, actually pushed back the aura that the four of them had agglomerated together to form in an instant. Soon after, another powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Xiao Yan's body while the expressions of the four of them were changing. It charged forward. One could hear a bang sound. The combined aura of four high-class dou di experts was forcefully broken by Xiao Yan and Han Dong. What? A shocked expression surfaced on the faces of the five people in the sky, including Han Dong. Their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. The emotions in their hearts could not be described with words. By relying on the strength of a five-star dou di and Han Dong's spiritual pressure, he was actually able to block the aura and pressure of these four people. It was likely that no one in this world could do such a thing. However, while they were shocked, Xiao Yan looked at them with a cold face. He turned his wrist and a glow flickered in his palm. Immediately, a scroll appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. For sect leaders, the sky and steps is currently in my hands. If you have the ability, come forward and take it. Xiao Yan's hand held the scroll tightly and raised it above his head. His gaze was densely cold as it swept over the four people around him. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused them to immediately recover. For eyes that were filled with a fiery heat instantly locked onto the scroll in Xiao Yan's hand. Sky and steps. Xiao Yan, quickly hand over the sky and steps. If you want to live, quickly hand over the sky and steps. In the sky, the eyes of the four people were emitting a glow as they stared intently at the scroll in Xiao Yan's hand. They had waited for this day for too long. Finally, the sky and steps had appeared in front of their eyes. As long as they obtained the sky and steps, not only would they be able to open the sky and ancient tomb, but they would also be able to borrow the mysterious power of the sky and steps to greatly raise their fighting strength. They might even be able to leap to become the leader of the four large sects and suppress the other three large sections. How could they remain calm? As they thought of this, the four of them could not wait to step forward and snatch the sky and steps from Xiao Yan's hands. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned cold in the next moment. At the same time, the hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His gaze was dense as it swiftly swept over the four of them. After which, he cried out loudly. If you dare to step forward again, I will immediately destroy the sky and steps. As he spoke, Xiao Yan's arm shook and the scroll in his hand also shook a couple of times. The surrounding four people were greatly alarmed when they saw this and hurriedly retreated in agitation. At the same time, their mouths repeatedly advised Xiao Yan not to destroy the sky and steps. Seeing this, Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. He was merely trying to scare them, but this group of people actually had such a huge reaction. It seemed that they were really concerned about this sky and steps. Indeed, with such a heaven-defying agility dou technique, forget about them, it was likely that no one would be able to remain calm in their hearts. Xiao Yan, as long as you are willing to hand over the sky and steps, we can discuss everything. As long as you hand over the sky and steps, we can forget about everything that happened between us in the past. Ah, hearing this, Xiao Yan's face was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. They said that they would not mention it, but how could Xiao Yan let them off so easily? After all these years, both parties had already reached a state where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Saying that they would forget about it now was too much of a cold laugh. For sect leaders need not go through so much trouble. I will definitely not hand over the sky and steps. The gazes of the four people became dull. The killing intent in their hearts once again rose. However, I can give you a choice. Xiao Yan directly chose to ignore their gazes that were filled with killing intent as he continued speaking. 1 year later, I will be at the entrance of the sky and ancient tomb. If everyone is present at that time, I can join hands with all of you to open the entrance of the ancient tomb. Otherwise, you can also choose to not take anything away today and not obtain anything a year later. Are you threatening us? Didn't you also want to threaten us earlier? Xiao Yan retorted with a cold laugh. Immediately, the four of them did not dare to make any more moves. Seeing that the sky and steps was so close but they could not obtain it, the four of them were simply gnashing their teeth in anger. The four of them were silent for a long time. After discussing with each other, they finally helplessly nodded their heads. All right, we will do as you say. 1 year later, we will meet outside the sky and ancient tomb. Seeing that the four of them nodded their heads, Xiao Yan's heart also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he looked at Han Dong by the side. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before turning to leave. Wait. But immediately after, the impatient voice rang out once again. Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Han Dong's face darkened as they turned around again. Xiao Yan's extremely cold gaze directly landed on Chen Zhen. He was already extremely disgusted by this fellow's voice. We can promise you that we will meet outside the sky and ancient tomb a year later. However, can you guarantee that you will definitely go at that time? What do you want? Xiao Yan's face darkened as he spoke in an impatient tone. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. Once these words were spoken, the three people beside him also looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. Chen Zhen's worries were not without reason. Only when Xiao Yan swore on the lightning penalty oath could they truly believe the latter's words. All right, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Let's swear on the lightning penalty oath together, how about it? In the end, Xiao Yan grinned. His smile contained a hint of a strange smile. Hearing this, the four of them could not help but frown slightly. However, in the end, they still let out a deep breath and said, all right. Chapter 8:24. For sect leaders, since you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I should be able to make a request of you. Xiao Yan parted his mouth. He raised the scroll in his hand high up in the air. These words might appear to be a discussion, but the meaning within them was something that everyone present clearly understood in their hearts. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Chen Zhen and the other three couldn't help but look gloomy. However, when their eyes swept across the sky extinction steps, they could only sigh helplessly and said in a deep voice, say it. As long as it's not too much, we can agree to it. My request is not difficult for the four of you. In fact, it can be said to be very simple. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and continued, my request is very simple. My request is very simple. 1 year later, after we enter the ancient tomb of heaven and, the few of you cannot attack me. As soon as these words came out, the four people in front of him couldn't help but frown. The gloomy expression on their faces changed again. It seems that the four of you are unwilling. With a cold expression, Xiao Yan's hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His 5 fingers tightened and the creaking sound of friction was transmitted into the ears of the four people. Immediately, the hearts of Chen Zhen and the other 3 tightened. They fiercely clenched their teeth and hurriedly agreed. Okay, we'll do as you say. Now that the sky extinction steps was in Xiao Yan's hands, even if they were 100 times unwilling, in order to have a chance to obtain the sky extinction steps, the four of them could only agree to Xiao Yan's request again and again. Following Xiao Yan's intention, the four of them each swore on the lightning penalty oath. Then, it was Xiao Yan's turn. Using the sky extinction steps in his hands, Xiao Yan made them hesitate to act rashly. They didn't dare to make any rash moves for the time being and didn't make any requests. This was also within Xiao Yan's expectations. After swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Chen Zhen and the other 3 people sighed in relief. Even though they didn't catch Xiao Yan and didn't obtain the sky extinction steps, they at least had something to look forward to. After 1 year, the sky extinction ancient tomb would finally be opened. At that time, the treasures in the ancient tomb would be used by the 4 great sections. At that time, the 4 great sect status in the Western region would definitely rise again. The Western region would truly become their world. How about it, for sect leaders, can we leave now? After a long while, Han Dong once again opened his mouth. This time, Chen Zhen and the other 3 finally stopped pestering. Without waiting for the Xiao Yan duo to leave, they first turned around and left in the direction they came from. Only when the 4 figures had completely disappeared from Han Dong's perception range, did the latter turn his head around and look at Xiao Yan with a kind smile on his face. Young friend is also a courageous person. In the entire Western region, you are the first person this old man has seen to be able to force the 4 of them to retreat. The old man's gaze swept across Xiao Yan's body as he involuntarily exclaimed. The admiration in his tone wasn't concealed in the slightest. Senior must be joking. This junior only relied on the sky extinction steps to make them hesitate and not dare to act rashly. Given the greed of these fellows, if the sky extinction steps weren't enough to move them, they would have already made their move earlier. Young friend is too humble. The one who laughs until the end is the winner. Based on today's matter, you have already won by being able to force them to retreat. Han Dong gently stroked his beard. His soft laughter caused Xiao Yan to shake his head. His gaze looked in the direction that the 4 of them had left in as he knit his brows and fell into deep thought. Although Chen Zhen's group had temporarily left this place, Xiao Yan believed that they would definitely not let this matter rest. This was especially the case for Yi Luotian. He had hidden himself the deepest amongst the 4 large sections. Everyone thought that he was merely a 7-star Do-di. Once he truly revealed his strength, it was likely that it would be the end of the other 3 large sections. However, Xiao Yan did not know whether Yi Luotian would follow him alone. He believed that given that fellow's character, he would not be concerned about whether the sky extinction steps could be maintained. Moreover, Xiao Yan was able to sense a strange aura from Yi Luotian's body when facing him. That aura gave Xiao Yan an extremely familiar feeling. However, he was unable to recall when he had seen it before. It was likely that this Yi Luotian was not an ordinary person. His identity was definitely not as simple as being from one of the 4 large sections. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was unable to find out any information regarding this point. Currently, Xiao Yan could only take 1 step at a time. If the storm that was about to arrive was something that he would ultimately be unable to avoid, he could only face it head-on. Growing up in a storm. Had Xiao Yan not always been like this? Young friend Xiao Yan, now that they have left, the old me should also leave. This time around, the old me has indeed come out to settle some matters. It is just that I did not expect to coincidentally meet young friend Xiao Yan. Now that the matter has been resolved, the old me should also leave. At this moment, Han Dong's tone changed as a pair of muddy old eyes once again looked towards Xiao Yan. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly taken aback. Soon after, he nodded his head and cupped his hands together towards the old man. His tone was respectful as he spoke. I still have to thank Elder for your help today. If there is another day, this junior will definitely repay this favor. Young friend, there is no need to be so courteous. The reason why the old me intervened was indeed to invite you to join my Alchemist Alliance. Since we are both members of the Alchemist Alliance, there is no reason for the old me to not lend a hand when I see that you are in trouble. That's right, the headquarters of my Alchemist Alliance is established in the Western Wastelands. If you encounter any difficulties during this trip, you can go to the Alchemist Alliance. As long as you take out the Alchemist badge in your hand, there will naturally be people who will help you. Immediately, Han Dong appeared to have thought of something as he reminded Xiao Yan with his words. Oh. Upon hearing Han Dong's words, Xiao Yan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. He did not expect that the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance would actually be established in the Western Wastelands. However, Xiao Yan had already recovered from his shock. His face was filled with gratitude as he nodded towards Han Dong. Once again, he cupped his hands together and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder, for your reminder." Upon hearing this, the old man stroked his beard with one hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he nodded his head. After which, the old man smiled as he gave a few more instructions to Xiao Yan. After which, he turned around and flew towards another direction. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan was left in the vast sky. Huff, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. However, the heavy stone that was pressing down on his heart was still not put down. Instead, following Han Dong's departure, Xiao Yan's heart felt even heavier. He faintly had a premonition that this trip to the Western Wastelands would not be as smooth as he had imagined. Gently shaking his head, Xiao Yan tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. His figure flashed as he once again landed in the city below. As the few people in the sky dispersed, the curious gazes in the city below also gradually withdrew. With regards to all of this, everyone seemed to be used to it. It was as if they were watching a boring play. However, just as everything seemed to have come to an end, Yi Luotian's figure appeared on top of a mountain several thousand miles to the southeast of the Sand River. 2 hours later, Chen Zhen and the rest had dispersed. At this moment, a black shadow was standing on top of a cliff. It gazed at Yi Luotian's figure from afar as it let out a strange cry. It seemed to have grown impatient at the latter's tardiness. Chapter 825. Xiao Yan only stayed at Sand River shop for a day. After purchasing a detailed map of the Western Wasteland region, he quickly began his journey once again. Wind and sand raged in the vast desert. A human figure wearing a black robe walked forward amidst the strong wind. Each time his foot landed, it would sink deeply into the quicksand. As the human figure walked past, there was a row of circular pits behind him. If someone was not in front of them, no one would be able to recognize that these were footprints. Before the person could walk very far, those footprints were gradually buried by the quicksand. The human figure gradually walked further and further away. The traces that he had walked past also disappeared. It was as though no one had ever appeared here. After leaving Sand River shop, Xiao Yan stepped into this vast desert. He did not choose to fly through it. Instead, he slowly walked toward the deeper regions of the desert. Using Xiao Yan's words, walking was also a kind of training method. Moreover, although his current cultivation had already reached the middle level of the 5-star Do Di, the degree of stability of his strength was not as good as before due to the rapid increase in his strength. If he were to blindly raise his cultivation level and forget about his foundation, he, Xiao Yan, would sooner or later fade into the crowd. Xiao Yan clearly understood that the reason his fighting strength was able to far surpass other experts of the same level was because he had relied on himself to walk step by step on solid ground. It was just like this yellow sand. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind a depression. The depth of the depression would change according to the degree of solidification of the sand under his feet. However, after Xiao Yan walked past, those depressions would recover their original appearance. Although their appearance had recovered, if one were to step on them again, one would discover that the place where one's foot landed was much more solid. It was as though one was stepping on solid ground and was extremely stable. However, if one were to directly fly through it, even though one would be able to reach their destination earlier, the yellow sand below would still be loose. If one were to step on it one day, no one would know what the quicksand would gradually become. It was likely that one would even sink into it. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was different. After walking through the path in front of him in a steady manner, this path would only bring him pleasant surprises and convenience when he returned. Although the construction of this path was perhaps much more difficult and slower than others, what he obtained was similarly much more than others. There were no shortcuts in this world. Other people's achievements might appear brilliant, but who knew just how much they had to pay under that brilliant glory? The boundless journey seemed to have no end. It was as if there was no end to this road, and there was no hope to be found. If it was an ordinary person, in such a scorching hot environment, in addition to this boundless desert, they probably wouldn't be able to persist for a day. However, it was in such a harsh environment that Xiao Yan actually dropped all of his defenses. He only relied on his black robe to withstand the strong wind that came head-on. Even the raging, heavenly flame in his body had been withdrawn by him. In other words, the current Xiao Yan was almost completely exposed in the desert. Other than his body of flesh and blood, the current Xiao Yan had nothing else. At the very least, before he used his strength, he was no different from an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, even a dojo would have the ability to kill him. The black robe fluttered in the wind and flew in the air like a black flag. Under the black robe was Xiao Yan's naked upper body. His white skin was exposed to the air. In an instant, the scorching heat was like a flame beating on Xiao Yan's body, causing Xiao Yan to feel a burning pain. The strong wind that came head-on was not as gentle as he had imagined. Not only did it not bring him the slightest bit of pleasure, it also made the scorching heat around Xiao Yan's body become even more terrifying. The hard sand became like red-hot steel nails in the strong wind, heavily hitting Xiao Yan's body. It could even be clearly seen that the moment the sand hit Xiao Yan's body, it left behind clear dents. In the beginning, Xiao Yan's entire body was swiftly drenched in perspiration. However, in the end, not even a drop of perspiration flowed out from Xiao Yan's body. His lips were pale and chapped. His skin and flesh were torn apart. Fresh bright red blood surged out. A fishy sweet smell followed Xiao Yan's breathing and entered his lungs, causing him to swallow it in a dry and hoarse manner. Under such a merciless blow, even with the strength of Xiao Yan's body, a large area of dense red spots appeared on the surface of his skin. Scarlet blood flowed under the skin. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and endured the pain with great difficulty. Until a certain moment, dark red blood flowed out from Xiao Yan's body and quickly condensed into a thin blood scab. The sand first hit the wounds and mixed into the blood. Then, it changed the blood and condensed together. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's entire upper body had turned dark red. The thin blood scab appeared to have covered Xiao Yan's body with a tight-fitting garment. When the sand hit the blood scab, it emitted a fine, caw-caw sound of collision. The high temperature burned the thin layer of blood scab until it was as hot as metal. Under the blood scab, Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows together. The blood scab on his forehead immediately broke apart and fell. It was like a piece of porcelain that fell into the yellow sand and was swiftly submerged. Boom! Suddenly, a thick white flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body and quickly swept away the high temperature around Xiao Yan's body. The latter's body was finally able to relax at this moment. After relaxing his body, Xiao Yan did not dare to rest for long. He hurriedly forced his body to sit down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body began to circulate. Between heaven and earth, waves of blazing energy gathered towards the flame mantra. At this moment, 4 hours had finally passed since Xiao Yan had first entered this desert. Even though it was only 4 hours, Xiao Yan had experienced incomparably great pain during this period of time. Without using any power to resist, Xiao Yan admitted that it was impossible for him to survive in this place with just his physical body. To an ordinary person, this place was simply purgatory. However, it was also precisely because of this that this place was the best place for Xiao Yan to train his physical strength. In this kind of environment, an ordinary physical body would not be able to adapt. However, Xiao Yan had endured for 4 hours on his first try. As long as he could endure for longer each time, the toughness of Xiao Yan's body would be greatly strengthened. This would be extremely helpful in actual combat. Unfortunately, after 4 hours in this desert, Xiao Yan had almost reached his limit just by relying on his physical body. He had no choice but to temporarily rest. He could only wait until he had recovered to his peak before continuing on his journey. Chapter 826. Yellow sand raged in the western wastelands. The wind whistled and the sand filled the sky like rain. Looking all around, one could not even see a single cloud in the boundless sky. There was only the blazing sun that was like a fireball, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature that was difficult to endure. Between heaven and earth, it was dry and hot. The air did not contain the slightest bit of moisture, and there was no other color in the endless yellow sand. The fine sand became as hot as charcoal under the scorching sun. This place was simply a land of death. In the vast desert, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked westward. His footsteps were heavy and steady. Xiao Yan had already walked in this desert for 7 days since he had left the Sand River. During these 7 days, Xiao Yan would use a couple of hours to temper his physical body. Although the process was painful, it must be said that under such repeated tempering, the strength of Xiao Yan's physical body had also rapidly increased. Moreover, after repeated training, the dou qi in Xiao Yan's body was also swiftly solidifying. Waves of pure dou qi became even purer under the refinement of the heavenly flame. The originally fist-sized cluster of dou qi finally turned into a thumb-sized cluster of pure energy water droplets after being refined by the heavenly flame. These water droplets merged into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. Under this repeated and slow refinement, Xiao Yan's cultivation also gradually stabilized. After these 7 days of hell-like destruction, Xiao Yan's originally white skin had become dark black. He did not know how many layers of skin on the surface of his body had already fallen off. Xiao Yan only knew that his body was continuously bleeding along the way. The moment the bright red fresh blood surged out, it would swiftly form a layer of blood scab. After which, it would swiftly crack and fall off. Following this, it would surge out again, crack, and fall off repeatedly. Xiao Yan's body was repeatedly destroyed in this kind of environment. However, compared to the first day, the current Xiao Yan could already rely on the strength of his physical body to endure for half a day in this desert. Although the final result would cause Xiao Yan to lose all of his physical strength and have difficulty maneuvering the dou qi in his body, it was also because of this that the speed at which Xiao Yan's strength rose was even faster. As the saying goes, blossoms in destruction and grows in predicament. Even a demon phoenix needed to experience the pain of nirvana. If one wanted to become a dragon among men, would one not have to endure even greater pain? Fortunately, Xiao Yan's greatest strength was his perseverance and extraordinary tenacity. No matter what it was, as long as he wanted to do it, he would definitely not give up. Regardless of how great the pain and danger was, Xiao Yan was completely fearless. In order for him to be able to walk to where he was today, courage played a significant role. Within a stretch of yellow sand, Xiao Yan's figure sat cross-legged in midair. Both of his hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the flame mantra, qi method in his body immediately began to circulate. Within the vortex, pure dou qi rapidly circulated along the route of the flame mantra, qi method. After circulating for 1 cycle, it was refined by the heavenly flame and turned into a drop of pure water that entered the vortex space. This process continued for a total of 6 hours. When Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes, it was close to dusk. However, it was different from the Shilin region. In the western wastelands region, the sun was still scorching even at dusk. It was just that it was no longer as hot as it was in the afternoon. However, the world was once again enveloped by a stuffy hot aura. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan was not affected by the vile environment. However, the sky was gradually turning dark and it was time for him to find a place to temporarily rest and reorganize. The environment in the desert changed extremely quickly. Under the premise that there were no fixed road signs, even Xiao Yan was unable to determine the correct direction. During the day, he could rely on the trajectory of the sun to determine the route so that he would not deviate from the west. However, during the night, there were no road signs. Even if he had a map, it was useless. The map in his hands was indeed a good map of the western wastelands region. However, due to the terrain, Xiao Yan was currently still at the outskirts of the western wastelands region. This was a desert with sand dunes that rose and fell. What use could a map have? Ordinary experts would directly fly over the desert at the outskirts of the western wastelands region and would be able to cross it in a day. Who would be foolish enough to travel on foot like Xiao Yan? Otherwise, with Xiao Yan's strength, he would be able to officially enter the western wastelands region in half a day. As night fell, the boundless desert also lost its golden radiance during the day. The originally azure sky gradually darkened until it turned black. Not a single star could be seen in the 9 heavens. Not a single ball of light could be seen on the earth. The entire world had sunk into a mysterious pitch-black darkness. Time did not count in this place. It was like the quicksand during the day, submerging all the unfairness. Within the darkness, 2 figures were currently approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. There was not the slightest trace of movement. If one were to examine carefully, one would be able to discover that it was not the 2 figures that were moving. Instead, it was one of them that was rapidly approaching the other person within the darkness. Within the dense darkness, the figure was like a venomous snake that was hidden within the darkness. Its sharp fangs were already prepared to pierce the throat of the other person. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, over 100 feet. However, just as this human figure was about to attack, a huge creature suddenly broke out from the sand under the flowing sand. Hiss! Sand and stones flew, as if sand waves were spreading in all directions. Because of this, the black figure's movements were stopped. At the same time, a huge bloody mouth was fiercely biting towards the other figure that was sitting cross-legged. From the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow the latter in a single bite. When the body of this huge beast was exposed in the darkness, one could vaguely see that this huge beast seemed to be a huge python. This beast usually hid under the thick yellow sand until its prey appeared in front of it. Only then would it find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack on the latter, killing the latter in one blow and swallowing the latter. Today, seeing Xiao Yan enter its territory, it naturally treated the latter as its prey. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target. Bang! When the huge snake's mouth fell and swallowed Xiao Yan's body, the figure that Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged suddenly shattered and rapidly dissipated. What the beast had just swallowed was merely Xiao Yan's afterimage. At this moment, when the giant snake turned its head, it realized that in the darkness, there was a person whose appearance could not be seen clearly standing above its head. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. Just as the huge beast was about to make a move, Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The moment the huge beast beneath his feet raised its head, he smashed down with his fist, forcefully piercing through the head of the beast that had made the sound. The terrifying force instantly shattered the tissues in the huge snake's head. In fact, it even forcefully pierced through its lower jaw. Blood that was filled with a fishy stench immediately spurted out. At the same time, the huge beast's life force also quickly dissipated. Soon after, Xiao Yan withdrew his palm, but it was not stained with a single trace of blood. Just as the huge beast's corpse heavily smashed onto the sand dune, Xiao Yan's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the void not far from the huge snake. There, a strange black fog was churning in the air. In an instant, Xiao Yan's face darkened. A pair of pitch-black eyes instantly ignited with a dense white flame. Ghost Palace.